All right, guys, thank you. We're just starting. Thank you so much. We're just starting the live now. I'm hoping for all our regular and non-regular joining us in a moment. So yes, feel free to leave comments or come on stage if you'd like as we have this conversation. This very important conversation as well. So yeah, feel free to come up on the panel and we can have this chat. We can have this chat. Yeah, and also don't forget, just keep tapping, please. Keep tapping. Let's get more people in on the live. Let's get more people in on the live. Yeah, please, guys, keep tapping. Thank you for joining. Thank you. Ah, Sisanda, how are you? Thank you all for coming. Thank you. We're just starting now. I'm sorry I started a bit late today. We're starting the live now, and we'd like you all to come up on stage and let's have a chat. This and how do we help our friend or our siblings who are in toxic relationships? Sometimes they may be in denial. They may not want to admit they're in there. You can sense, you can smell that this is toxicity. Yeah, you just don't know. And perhaps eventually abusive as well. So, how do we talk to them? How do we help them? How do we make them realize that this is a wrong space that you're in? How do we do that? Let's have a chat. Feel free to come up on stage. You're welcome. Hello, welcome. Just some random, welcome. I see you all. Feel free. You can request. You can come up on stage. You're welcome at any point to join on the panel. While we wait for the others, we do have regulars. I just started now. The panel is going to be full in no time. So the panel is going to be full soon. So don't wait for others to join in first. Come to secure your spot now, because at some point you may be on the queue and you feel like you're not wanted on the panel, but that's not the case. It's just full. So take your spot now. In the next few minutes, we're gonna have it all filled up, and yeah. Buddy, you're welcome. I see you. You're welcome. You're welcome. Thank you for coming through. So yes, how do you help a friend? How do you help a sibling who's in a toxic relationship? How do you help them even realize the toxicity? Because they may be in denial. They may be in denial. They may not even know it's toxic. So how do you help them? How do you help them realize? Women do cover up. You mean that? So I'd like to understand when you say they do cover up, they cover up what? They cover up that they cover up for their partner, for their persons, or their friends, or which of the question are you trying to respond to? I'd like to understand. The first one say, how do you help a friend or a sibling in a toxic relationship? Yeah, and the other says, do you think women are honest with each other about their relationship? Oh, or they cover up for their partners. Oh, okay, I get you. They do cover up for their partners. Oh, wow. Isn't that detrimental? Isn't that detrimental to both the relationship and also to them as well? Well, Thank you for that point. I'd like to hear more people. Perhaps we can be able, yeah, we can be able to help them. Yes, sometimes they perceive the toxicity as embarrassing, so they don't say anything. So actually, they're covering up out of shame. And how about those who cover up because they claim they love this person and they just don't want to let the person go in hopes that this person will change or become better? There are also people like that as well. Hmm. So it's embarrassing. Toxicity could be embarrassing and they don't want to say nothing. Yeah, that's also a reason. It could be embarrassing to them. But I think the earlier we talked about is the better to say no matter how embarrassing the situation is, the best way to actually solve that problem is an exit out. Yeah, I think you're right on both the point I raised and the point you raised. I think they are both very valid. I know that a lot of women do cover up, you know, um, because there's this notion among their cycle and perhaps everyone that believes that no one is in a perfect relationship, and so they think that they're not going through the worst, and the fact that you are not saying anything doesn't mean you're not going through your most, and that also means that means you're covering something. So I'm not gonna be the one to expose my relationship to you, my partner to you, because you have a partner, you're showing us and making it look like everything is perfect with you, but it's not. So that was in denial. And because of competition that many women are in amongst themselves, yeah, they tend to always want to bring out the best side of things and show people the good side and beautiful side, the rosy side, and as if life is all about social media. So yes, I agree with you. I hear what you say. It's a valid point as well. I'd like more people to come up and come share their views on what we're talking about today. You know, um, how do you have a friend? How do you have a friend who's in a toxic relationship? How do you help these guys? How do you help them? You want to ask the first question. How do you help each other? How do you help the other person in a toxic relationship with your sibling? You want me to try and answer that question? That's quite a tricky one. As a matter of fact, if I had the full answer, I wouldn't be here. I would perhaps I'll ask him so that others can learn. But I want to learn as well. But I think one of the ways you can help people like that is not being confrontational about it. Do not confront them about it because they're gonna build a wall, right? They're gonna build a wall. They're going to be very defensive. I think you need to expose them to conversations, content. Most times it's always good indirectly. Conversations, content, you know, of what toxicity looks like, you know, how it looks like and what it looks like, how it manifests. Different without saying a word, you can just be watching the content and there would you say, oh, come on, this is interesting. Let them watch it with you, for certain things. Let them get to read, let them learn for themselves. And then at some point, when you see them now entertaining those, um, we'll be going now, but this convo was insightful. Yeah, when you see them now beginning to show more interest, then you can have this conversation with them and say, by the way, hey Debbie, how are you? You can have these conversations with them and say, by the way, how is your relationship? How does it, what's going on there? You can have those important conversations. Yeah, Debbie, you're welcome. Please come up. Would like to have a chat with you. Um,
Hi,
Hi, Debbie, how are you?
good. How are you?
I'm all right. I'm all right. Thank you.
So what do you want to talk about?
Well, I have a board here. I'm asking, how do you help a friend or a sibling in a toxic relationship?
Well, what I'll do is I'll just point out everything that's toxic, but not in a like an argumentative manner. I'll just say, okay, so for example, Brad is telling you to do this, but actually you want to do that, but he's making you feel bad.
Okay.
And then they'll
Um,
realize it on their own.
don't you think, would you not agree that when you mention your partner's name in that conversation, they will have to raise a wall because I mean, it's instinct to want to protect your partner. Um, Yeah, wouldn't you think so? If you say Brad wants you to do this, but you want to do that, it's gonna be a matter of, well, why are you bringing Brad in this conversation? Because their walls are high anyway. They think that the moment you mention his name, there's something you know about him, you know, that they do not want you to know. Wouldn't you agree?
Mm, sorry, I was just getting something to eat. Can you just repeat?
I'm saying, wouldn't you think that the moment you mention their partner's name, they'll have their guards up? And so the moment you mention and say Brad is asking you to do this instead of that, and but this is what you want to do as well. The moment you mention Brad, they think there's something you know about Brad that they've been trying to cover up, and so they have a walls up and like, why are you bringing Brad in this conversation? This is what I want to do anyway, you know?
Okay. Can I put you in a situation?
Oh yeah, sure.
Okay, so what's your name?
Ancient.
Ancient. And what's your girlfriend's name?
You should ask if I have a girlfriend. Oh, anyway, her name
If
is
you do, well, just
let's say
just for the
Debbie.
just for the play,
Yeah, let's say Debbie.
Debbie. That's that's not gonna work. Try
Give her a name. Give her a name.
Sarah.
Ah, yeah, Sarah works well.
Okay, so now Sarah said to you, "Listen, um, my dog just died and I'm feeling down. Can I come over?" But then Debbie had a fight. Well, not Debbie, Sarah. My bad. Sarah had a fight with you 3 days before.
Hmm.
So she's using a dog to manipulate you, you know? So then I go and tell you, I say, okay, what? Never mind. You fucking funny.
What's going on? Why did you leave, Debbie? I'm listening. You were making real sense, bro. Oh my word. Look at her. Damn it, Debbie. You were making real sense. It was beginning to hit home for me. Oh well. Yeah, if you're able to do come back, and guys, if you're there, please feel free to join on the panel. Let's have a chat. Um, yeah, I don't know. This guy left. Oh, why? Okay, yeah. So, guys, let's have a chat. How do you have a conversation? How do you have a conversation with your sibling or your friend who is in a toxic relationship? You know, um, how do you do that? How do you do that? How do we have these conversations, these tough conversations? How do we do that? You know, how do you tell them? How do you expose them to this toxicity? I'd like to know. I'd like to know what you think. I'd like to know what you think. How do you expose your friends, you know, and our sibling? How do you expose? Hmm. Yes, guys, please feel free to come up on the panel. Yeah, please feel free. Let's have this chat. Let's have this chat. Okay. What's going on here? All right, yeah. Feel free, guys, come up on the panel. Let's do this. Let's have this chat. Let's have this conversation. Oh, Bubble, I see you. Super, I see you. Guys, feel free, come tell us how do you have a conversation with your friend or your sibling when you know they're in toxic relationships. Willow, welcome back.
Mm.
Welcome back. The last time you bailed on us, you were pissed.
With what?
What were we talking about? I think we were talking. I can't even remember. We're talking about this thing of. I don't know. It was a gender thing. I can't remember the conversation. You're like, really? Ah, no, I'm leaving. You left. I can't. I laughed after you left. You just couldn't take it. Like, what? Are they men who still think like this? So, I'm like, Willow, wait, don't go, Hashem. You were gone.
Yeah, I just don't like. I don't understand why most men like allow disrespect for women. Um, I don't understand it. I don't accept it. I know people love to hate, but the thing is, there are men out there who love to hate women. And I mean it in a very literally, figuratively, whatever way. But we come from a woman. I don't know where the problem is. And I don't understand it.
So the thing is, there are some men who feel important when women are made to feel less of themselves.
Yeah, yeah. And I think we are equally important. I don't understand why somebody has to be more important or less important. I think we're equal or equal, as people say. We're equal no matter what happens. We add value to one another because without you, without me, or without, wouldn't coexist. But the thing is that the gender Bible thing,
Yeah, I'm listening.
in I get upset because I don't understand why somebody has to like come out to say, "Oh no, you know what? I mean, more important than you." Okay, how is the more important than the womb that can keep life for 9 months?
So I just can't remember that topic that really triggered you because I still wanted us to talk about it. I know there are some men, like you're saying, who the
Mm-hmm.
moment a conversation comes that wants to bash women, they can put away everything they are doing. They can quit their job for the day or for that week and
Mm-hmm.
just be there to bash women, to make women feel less of themselves. And for
But
them, it makes them feel good.
yeah, I think they feel good because they're busy bashing their own sisters, their own mothers, their own wives, their own daughters. It's quite embarrassing because for me, I respect women more because my mother gave me life. I don't understand when we say your father is your father, but yeah, okay, you produced a seed, but somebody kept that seed. You get the point?
Mhm.
If she didn't want, she should have just said, "Oh, I don't want that seed." So I have mad respect for women who keep that seed. And for me, it's coming from me who never like gave birth. I've never given birth, like at
Mhm.
all. And I understand to say somebody to keep you in that stomach and feeding you and making sure that you're okay, you come out okay and whatever. I don't know how you men think about it, but it's just not good for somebody to stand up and say, "Oh, okay, I disrespect women." Maybe it's
But,
just me.
but so do you strongly believe that men and
Mm.
women are equal?
Yeah, we're equal.
You don't believe that women are stronger than men?
Women are more stronger than men, but
Then we're not equal.
we are not. But I would like to put it on an aspect to say, let them feel important as they want. But we are not equal because giving birth is not something that is easy, because I've seen my own young sister giving birth and it wasn't something that I would want to experience on my own.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not I'm not scared to experience that, but I just don't want to. But women hold the keys, because you can put a seed in a woman, but if she makes a choice, or she decides to say, okay, on the day of giving birth, I'm going to lock my bones and everything.
Yo, okay. Anyway, how do you help a friend or a sibling who is in a toxic relationship?
Oh, that's the topic.
Mm-hmm.
The situation is cumbersome, because when somebody is in a toxic relationship or friendship, they're in it, they feel like it's love, it's kindness, whatever it is. Because I had a friend who would say, oh, my boyfriend loves me, he like papa, and he shows me love when he does that. So people find love in different ways, because people find love in weird places. So I don't know, but for me, I would say this is not it. But then I I I would say officially, I think I'll come up to say I'm lesbian, and I think I will now start using that word very comfortably, because I don't like to see somebody being hate or anything, but love is different for other people. So I don't know. People are weird. So if it's toxic, yeah, we can talk about the toxicity, but love clouds people's thinking. You get the point? So the much you preach about that, it's the moment they will run away to say, oh, she doesn't like my man, she doesn't like my girlfriend, she doesn't like this one and everything. So I don't know. We can't help unless they ask for help, and then when you tell them, they'll go like, oh, it was like that. So I don't know.
Okay. Debbie, you were here earlier. Do you want to come back? Feel free to join the panel. Jeremiah, how's it? Debbie, come back so we can have a chat. We were starting it earlier, and now there is Willow here. You may feel free to also have a conversation with Willow. And also, but do you think that women are honest with each other though about their relationships, or they cover up for their partner? So when a woman is in a toxic relationship or whatever, do you think they are really honest, or they try to cover up for their partner? They make everything look alright, and
From my experience, for me, I don't believe in lying, because for me, I may be many things, but a liar, I'm not one of them. I may be many things. I'm not a liar, and I hate people who lie, because I don't like lying. Most women who are, what was the question again?
yeah,
Horse,
I'm
what
saying,
was the
do you
question?
think women cover up for each other or they are honest? Do you think they cover up
Um,
for their partners?
Women, most of the times, because traditionally and biblically, women want to cover, because they go like, oh, when you're 30 you're old to get married. So most women go through that pain of, okay, I'm going to endure, and they'll cover up for for each other, to say, okay, we're protecting marriage and everything. But even if they're not in a comfortable situation, they will act very funny. And I have seen half of a certain situation. There are a lot of things that I can't talk about, but these are my personal experience from my own siblings, because I was born from a family of, I think I can now say 15.
Mm.
So I've seen it all, and I've understood it all, because we see it from our siblings' point of view, and we see our own sisters covering for another. But I've never seen my own siblings covering for me, because I am lesbian. I'm now coming out as a lesbian woman, from bisexuality to being a lesbian, and we see it protecting others. There are others who cover, but I don't, because when I love my own sisters, and if somebody is hating my own sister, I think I will punch somebody in the face. And I like to protect my sisters for the sake of they need to be protected, but because society plays a part.
Sorry, Willow, I'm listening.
No, I'm done, I think.
Is it? How? Okay, where did you go now? You came up and you left. Come back here. Where did you go? What's happened to your network? This is like the fourth time you're doing the same. Come back, come back, come back. And I see Altis there. Jeremiah, how's it? Feel free to come up. And there's Sandile there, I guess. And yeah,
Oh,
many
I
of you
love
may
that.
just be.
Is it Zandile? The Zandile I know?
I don't know, eh? I don't know. No, Sandile. It can't be Sandile, you know. I don't think so.
Yeah.
This one is Sandile. So I don't think I know this one either. Yeah, feel free guys to come up on the panel and let's have a chat. How do you help a friend? So
We can't help unless she calls for help and she tells you right in the face. But
but how do you
the
make them
thing,
know that they're in a toxic relationship? How do you do that?
you know, there are conversations people have, and I've had this conversation with people. They go like, "Oh, my hubby grabbed me by the neck and does this, and I'm just giving you something." And I go like, "Oh yeah, I don't think that is okay." Then somebody will say, "You wouldn't understand. You wouldn't." And so I've learned from keeping quiet, but I see when love is gentle. Maybe it's me being. Love is gentle. Love is kind. Love is caring. Love is patient. But if somebody annoys you, for me, when with my partner, when I'm annoyed with my partner, and something happens, I go like, I think I'm annoyed. And for me, I'm too frank and I'm authentic. I go like, okay, I think I'm annoyed. And sometimes she acts funny. She'll go like, "Oh, why are you annoyed?" I'll go like, "Oh, can we have this conversation? Because I don't like to leave a conversation hanging. That's just not me." Because
Mhm.
conversations, and when we say, "Okay, we'll talk about this tomorrow," it keeps piling, 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 piling. So for me, I believe in let's have a conversation. Even if she's upset with me, if I'm in the wrong, I'm the first person to say, "Baby, I'm sorry. I did something. It wasn't my intention. I'm acknowledging this situation. I'm sorry. And if I do something similar to this, remind me of the past."
Mhm.
Mhm.
Hmm. Okay. Guys, if you're in the comment, please feel free to come up and engage with us. Also with Willow as well. She's also sharing her personal experience, but I would like to know how do you have that conversation with your sibling or with your friend who you think are in toxic relationship, and if you are in a toxic relationship, or rather, how would you like your friend to raise that conversation with you to say, the way you're talking about this friend, this is not how things are done, you know?
Mm.
Um, yeah, how would you handle it? I'd like to hear from all of you. Please feel free to join on the panel or leave your comments. I can read them out. If you leave comments, we can read them out as well. Um, but okay, I know, Willow. Now you just explained to me your position around sexuality. I was going to ask you, do you think between men and women, who do you think are more honest with each other?
Um, for me, when the first when I was coming out, um, ooh, okay, okay. So when I was coming out, I used to date men,
Mhm.
and I I I just don't have good words for them because they were as toxic as they came. I don't know, because I don't know, your masculinity is toxic as fuck, because you want to handle situations that doesn't even like even add value.
Okay.
For, for me, I mean, when let's have a conversation, I mean it. Let's talk. And for me, I'm right to apologize. Even if I'm wrong, I'll go like, okay, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. And I won't, but I found it very difficult. Somebody will go rush out, go somewhere, come back. And when I say, hey, can we talk about, no, 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 not now, not now, not now. I'm trying to sleep.
Yo, where do you find such men?
I don't know, because maybe I think I don't know, but when I was exploring, I was thinking, okay, let me try to like balance it up. But I found men to be more toxic than I thought. But women can also be toxic. I'm not discluding that, but women can also be toxic, because I dated one woman who was very toxic, and I mean it in the most authentic way, where she would ask my family members where I was. The moment I turn around, she's there without even communicating with me.
Okay, she just pulls
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, so I have had both, best of both worlds, I would say. But you know, the situation where you're like, okay, we are not having a conversation. You just find somebody, she's like coming, oh, hi, baby, in the restaurant. I'm like, how? Then you discover that she was communicating with your own sister.
Just
And
to
your
know
own
where you
sister,
were.
yeah, and because you are like, okay, I'm having a private conversation with my own siblings and everything, then you discover somebody's just next to you. So I have had those. You get the point. So I'm
Where,
not disclosing to say.
where do you find such people? When I have there are Willow, you need to change
Mm,
your cycle, eh?
mm. Thank you.
You need to change your
So,
cycle.
that's so I have had those uh both situations. So I would say women are good and everything, but I respect women more than I have actual respect for. I have mad respect for women. But then I've had both experiences where, you know, you go like, okay, we're breaking up and everything. You explain to your woman to say, okay, this is the reason why. And a week later, you've talked up, you find somebody sitting right in front of you in your family kitchen. And you go like, oh, oh, okay, I understand. Hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Kanya, how are you? Ah, Kanya, now. Now. Oh, I thought you could say something. Okay, you're only typing. All right, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm really okay. I'm just intrigued by the point that Willow is telling me. You've had a best of both words, of both words. You can't even
And
speak.
the
You can
and the
neither
worst
speak
of
for
both
men or
worlds.
defend women.
Yeah, and both of both worlds. So I can't defend and protect and everything, because I have had both and I understand both.
Hmm.
Mm.
Modimo. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I
it's
hear
good.
you.
And mm.
I hear you. So so when men are in abusive relationship and when women are in abusive relationship, oh, but do you believe that men can be in abusive relationships too?
Yeah, I do. I do. I do.
You do agree?
I do agree. Because you know, it's hard for them to come out in the open. Same with little boys being
Molested.
raped. It's hard for them, but for me, I think I'm an advocate for kids, because people say Sodom, whatever. I wouldn't finish that word, but I think we should now learn to use the word graping little boys, because they are also in that group. And let's not change the words and make it seem fancy to say a boy was sort of whatever, whatever. I don't like that word. A boy was raped by a grown up adult, male adult. So we should use those words to fit the narrative.
Okay.
Mm.
Okay. Okay. Very valid point you've raised. I agree with you. We should call a spade a spade. We should not try and make
Mm.
it. We cannot call a spade a sharp object. A spade is a
Mm.
spade.
Mm. And
Okay.
we need to start learning acknowledging faults, and let's not just protect a girl child, both a boy child and a girl child, but now we have a raise in boy kids being raped and it's not being acknowledged. For me, I'm an advocate for every child who's vulnerable.
Okay.
I hope I don't sound misunderstood.
No, no, you're not. You're not being misunderstood. And now that we heard Kanya's voice, maybe she can tell us if she didn't understand you.
Mm.
No, I understood, Willow, but I don't know in which world being Soto is a soft blow. That's just as bad as grape. Like, to me, both, no matter what words we use, it just needs
But
to
you
stop.
know, Kanye, people would say sodomize as if it's a good word, like, oh, okay, I'm having a fancy experience. But this is a child, and I don't like that word because let's use the word grape for even a boy child.
I feel like it's more explicit than the word grape. I don't know. Personally, I would assume that it's a lot more explicit and it's,
No,
yeah.
I feel like it's more fantasized.
No, I don't know. I beg to differ on that one, but that's just what I think. To me, I really don't care about the terminology, but I feel like awareness should be raised on this, and people need to stop.
But the
Regardless.
thing is, the word is supposed to be accurate. If somebody was raped, should be used as a word gripped. They didn't ask for it, especially a minor. They didn't ask for it. But when adults, they were like, okay, it's somebody 1923, they were sodomized. Yeah,
Mm,
great. But if somebody who's younger, let's use the correct word, they didn't know.
mm,
They had no knowledge. For me, that's why I draw. I think I have that drawing of a line to say, okay, this was a baby, something happened and it was a grape. But when I'm like somebody is 23 or sodomized, okay, we're putting graphic to that.
no, I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a bit exhausted today. I was at a family event, so yes, bear with me.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. No, but I get your point. I get your point.
Mm.
Now that you've explained it like that, I actually get it better.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. So are we already getting into the topic?
Yeah, we're in already. You're
Yeah,
when.
you can. We are waiting for you.
Okay, so the first question: how do you help a friend or sibling in a toxic relationship? You don't, unless they
Mm.
ask for help. You don't,
Mm. Mm.
because there's nothing that you can do that is helpful to somebody that doesn't want the help.
Mm.
So you just let them being abused there
Yes,
Mm.
until they are unalived.
if that's your fate, bro, what can I do? Because at the end of the day, like, there's only so much that
You can do.
I, as a human being, can do to make you see that you need to get out.
But there are people who
If I've let
thrive
you know to say, yes, in
there are people who thrive on toxic relationship. I've seen that.
exactly, exactly what I'm saying, to say you don't. And this thing
Sometimes you
of
just
people
back
getting
out. You're
unalived,
like,
unfortunately, we can't fully intervene because, again, you can't do anything without the police. You can't open a case on somebody else's behalf, even if it's emotional abuse or whatever. Let's take abuse out of the cards. Let's just make it, this is just generally toxic because you know what, there's no equal give and take and whatnot. Let's leave violence out of it. Still, until the person is willing to see it for themselves, you can't make them see something. I've seen, and I'm speaking from experience to say you don't.
Me too.
Your job as a friend, as a sibling, is
Is
to
to sit and
be
listen.
is to be the sounding board, because when you the more you try to help, the more you alienate that person from you. Then that's when things escalate, because now you give their partner power to isolate them, of which that's not helpful. So the only way you can help is leave the door open for that person to know that they can still come back to you and complain about this partner. But if I'm already barking at you, telling you about how terrible your partner is, when they do something bad, you're scared to come and talk to me because you feel like you're going to prove my theory right. Or, you need to leave yourself open enough for that person to be able to come to you and communicate with you. Because again, by trying to point it out, yes, you mean well, but at the end of the day, you end up isolating that person and they don't get the help that they need because they don't know how to come to approach you. That's just my view on that. And do you think women are honest with each other about their relationship, or they cover up for their partners? To be honest, I don't even think it's a man or woman thing. Until you are ready for people to see that side of your partner, you are going to keep covering that side up for them. And I speak from experience too, to say you sometimes want to give your partner the benefit of the doubt, to say, you know what, maybe they will change, or maybe it was just a lapse in judgment, or maybe it was them acting out of character or whatever. Ne? So nobody's fully honest about their relationships, if we're being honest. And we
Yeah.
can't expect people to be fully honest, because imagine now, if I tell you about the wrongdoings of my partner, tomorrow I will forgive them, but the rest of the world won't forgive them.
Yeah. True.
So in terms of honesty and whatnot, another thing, you don't owe anybody honesty about your relationship. It's your relationship at the end of the day. It's you who decides what you're gonna do with your relationship.
Okay. I would really love to hear many other people's views on this point, because it looks like when it comes to relationship, you are on your own.
Yes, you are actually. Because again, a relationship is between two people. Wait, I'm coming just now, Mr. Ancient. I'm just going to get water.
Okay, drink enough, my girl. Drink enough. Ha. Willow, it seems Kanya is agreeing with you.
Mm, mm.
I am now, guys. Now me, I'm confused. Me,
Mm.
I thought when it comes to relationship, we're supposed to be able to help people and say, hey, this this thing you are going through is not normal, and then you try and make them see what toxicity looks like, and so that they
No.
understand that that is actually what they are experiencing. Because sometimes some of them don't even know they're experiencing toxicity. It's
Okay,
normal.
let me give you a bit of a background. I'll tell you to say me and my partner. Uh, I'm going to give you a bit of an example because others would think this is hate, but then there's a bit of biting at everything. And when somebody sees somebody being beaten or anything, they'll go like, "Oh," but somebody will say, "Oh no, 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 no." This is just an example. Oh no, no.
Okay.
It was our issue in our moment, was our bedroom issue. But somebody who sees from an outside perspective would think, oh, there was something going on that was a fight or anything, but you'd find my partner liking that.
Mm-hmm.
So when my partner comes out of the bedroom having the wrist bruised or anything, it would be from another moment. So
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't say, okay, somebody was doing something to somebody. So we cannot put a mark on something. People have different views.
Wow. Okay.
Mm.
So my partner and I may have been exploring some skill moves in the bedroom, and then I got hurt, and then somebody's going to assume that I'm being abused by her.
Mm. 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 And because somebody is not comfortable enough to tell you to say, oh no, because there are certain statements that are embarrassing for us to say, oh, it was this situation. But because you are making an assumption and because you've never experienced us, you'd say, oh, that's qualifies as da 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 da. But people have different perspective, and people speak of love in different ways. So I don't know.
Wow. I must say, it's
Mm.
yeah, it's really an eye opener. And I don't see things like this. I just feel like somebody, if you notice somebody's in an abusive relationship, you don't tell them though that they must leave. You just make them understand what abuse look like in relationship.
Because people will never tell you the truth unless they feel they're very closeted, intoxicated, and they want your help. They will bleed at that. They will tell you. I have those situations. I can't talk about certain situations. Those are my siblings' personal experiences, and I can't
Mm.
talk about them because they are closed and we can't talk about them. But if they are going through it, they will tell you. And the funny thing is about being open minded is that people will openly tell you the truth and they will. The funny thing about life is people act funny, but if they find you that you're authentic and true, people will tell you the real truth. And that's very funny. People tell you the truth, and it's very humbling. They will tell you. For me, I've had situations, and I would tell you to say, be authentic to people, and they will tell you the truth because I have had that experience.
Okay.
Mm.
Wow. Yeah, yeah, it is life. It is life. I don't know where our people are today. It's a Saturday. I don't know
Ah,
where.
no, I think some are listening. I think some are.
Yeah, some of them are there listening. They just I just expected that some of them would have come up already.
Sometimes it's a difficult situation, and I think it's hard for others to come up because sometimes experience is very hard to talk about.
Guys, come up. You may not need to share your experience. Tell us about somebody that you know. Sometimes even if it's your
It
experience,
might be
tell
you,
us.
but you can say somebody, somebody,
Yeah, tell us.
somebody.
Use a third party.
Yeah.
We want to learn. We want to really understand because so my thought would be that if I notice somebody is in an abusive relationship or my sibling,
Mm.
I don't necessarily have to go confront them and say, "Hey, what you're doing is not right," and also your partner is abusing
No,
you and so on.
no,
I don't
no,
need to do
no.
that.
They
However,
they will
what
blame you
what
for
I
the rest of their lives.
yeah, that's correct. So what I would have done anyway would be that I would I would tell them what toxicity looks like, what abuse looks like. I'll tell them this is what abuse look like, this is what it looks like. I will share those information with them. I will if I have content I share with them. This is an example of what abuse look like. Kind of expose them to what abuse like. in fact, educate them. I don't have to say anything. Yeah, they don't. They will learn at some point. They'll feel like, I can't be here. But this thing of me just saying, well, it's their problem, it's their relationship. You can't help them. I'm thinking, but I'm not helping the situation either, because if something happens, I'm gonna wish I told them. You don't have to tell them and say, hey,
Okay,
you're being abused.
Ancient. The thing is, you
Yes.
can tell people, but sometimes love can engulf and can make you feel protected, even when you're not.
Mm-hmm.
You get the point? So love can be so closeted. It's between the two people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's correct.
So you cannot see it as this is hate. You get the point?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
like I gave you another example where me and my other partner would do that, and people would go like, okay, but this person, and then this is a situation. It's okay. I'll put it as an example. This is a situation somebody loves this, and somebody comes out with bruises and everything, and then people are like, oh, but somebody did this to you, and somebody says, no, leave it,
Okay.
and
Okay. Okay.
yeah, leave it, I like it just like this, and you'd see people, no, but this person, and somebody comes out, and then they come back to you to say, can you do more? I like this. So love is it's between two people. You cannot put a boundary unless they call for that help when they need it. They know that, okay, this is very much intoxicating, I can't handle it, I think I'm closeted, and I think this is too much for me, that I
Mm-hmm.
cannot handle. Somebody help me. And they surrender to you, and to say they can't handle it.
And what if they are afraid to speak out? What if they are being threatened in the relationship? What if
You
it is
will wait. Something, the eyes don't lie. There's
the
something
eyes?
about the eyes. The eyes don't lie. When I look at somebody, for me, when I look at somebody who's gone through it, the eyes don't lie. You will want to find a way. There are ways when we talk about somebody,
Okay.
and the eye is something, tells you something to say, okay, there is something about the eyes that tell you to say, this person, I think this person is afraid. And when somebody is I remember when I'm going to give you an example. I remember when I had certain marks on my body, and my mom was asking me to say, what happened? And I was laughing it out. I was like, oh no, it's nothing. Why? Because I had loved the marks.
Oh.
You get the point?
Yeah. You loved
Yeah.
it when you got
So
the mark. It wasn't. Yeah. Yeah. I
it
get you.
wasn't from abuse and
That's
everything.
from abuse.
And yeah. And when somebody looked at me, somebody just said, she knows. My mom kept on pushing and pushing and pushing, and I kept on brushing it off. But when something, let's give the same example to say, those marks I would have just, no, it's nothing. No, nothing happened. Somebody was just, no, I was, no, it wasn't like, you understand the
Uh-huh.
explanation I'm trying to
Uh-huh.
give.
Yeah.
You
You're
see
now you are
this.
frantic. You're trying to find every excuse just so that.
Mhm. Mhm.
Yeah. I get
But
it. I get it.
when I had those marks, I was just laughing it out. I was like, oh, oh no, yeah, nothing. Okay, no, mom, it's nothing. But when it was something that I would have been so defensive,
Yeah.
so defensive.
I get you. I get you.
So
That
I
that's
hope.
that's how you can tell if somebody is being abusive, somebody is being
Mhm,
abused, or somebody is having fun and being reckless.
mhm, mhm. So I think that's where I learned to say there is something, because my mom was trying to be so like passive aggressive, trying to understand, and I learned to say, but then when somebody like whapped in my face and everything. Then I came back with a red, like, and I was like, no, it's nothing. Leave it alone. And I walked in the like bathroom. I was trying to fix my makeup, and mom was like, "What happened?" Nothing. I was like, "Did nothing? Leave it alone." But when somebody like, I was like, "Oh no, let it go." Oh, you get the point. There's a
Mm-hmm.
difference in the statements I'm making.
Yeah, I get you. I get you. So,
Mhm.
uh, yeah. That's why you said the eyes don't lie. The response that they give you or how they respond to you will tell you whether or not it's an abuse or it's a fun. It was fun. It was a fun process. Mas, is that Manti? I see. How are you, Manti?
Good in you.
I'm well. You're welcome. Thank you for joining the panel. Um, you want to share on what you've been hearing so far?
I think the conversation is very interesting actually. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Mm,
We can.
mm.
So I don't know if Mr. Ancient seems to be acknowledging Willow's point.
In what terms?
I mean, it does seem like you're acknowledging her point, even though you are
In what?
disagreeing with it.
In what area? When you say acknowledge and how?
I mean, she's obviously arguing against your point.
No. So we're having a conversation. I'm giving her my own understanding or no, my own view on how you should be able to help or maybe help somebody who you feel is in an abusive relationship. I told her, I said, one of the ways you can do that, you don't need to call them out or you don't need to confront them. You just need to expose them maybe through content. Now we have social media or conversations around what abuse look like, you know, and that way they will learn by themselves. They will understand what abuse look like and then be able to say, I think indeed what I'm going through is abuse. You don't have to tell them you're being abused. Otherwise, they'll be defensive. They'll want to protect their partners and so on. That's what I said. And then she went further to explain to say, no, it's actually true because there were times where she has actually had to be where she had actually had to be very exploring, right? And one would assume it as abuse, but even when the mother would ask, she would brush it off because, as far as the mother was concerned, my child was being abused because there are marks on her body and what and what. But then for her, it was just her exploring. It was youthful exuberance at the time. So that's what I'm saying. That's where you hear me saying yes, I agree. Those are the things I'm agreeing to. But we both sharing our points differently. I don't know at what point you joined the comment conversation.
At no point should a third party be involved in a relationship between two people.
Yeah, well, we're not involving ourselves. I'm just telling my own sibling to say
Mm,
this is what abuse look like. Abuse is an example of this. Abuse this. Toxicity is this. Toxicity is that.
that
I'm
doesn't
not
help
telling you
you.
that your partner is toxic. I'm not telling you that when you're in a talk. No, I'm not. I'm not. I'm just. I keep repeating it in your ears. You will learn. You will learn one day.
No, I won't.
Well, yeah, if you don't learn now, you will learn later.
I'll learn in heaven.
That's the later part of it. That's the later. So yes, I'm not getting
One
him. I'm
thing
not telling you why don't you leave that relationship. This guy is abusive. Can you? No, I'm not telling you.
The
I can
only
just send
way
you a
a person
context.
can get out of a toxic relationship a lot of the time is if the okay, I wouldn't say abuser, but for lack of a better word, I'll use the word abuser. Is if the abuser doesn't want anymore.
Not even the abuse. If the abuse doesn't want, would they not work out?
They rarely ever don't want because if you can't recognize that you're in an abusive relationship and you feel like love should be a struggle, then you're gonna stay there.
But if he hits me, that means he loves me. Don't you believe that? You know?
I saw that if he hits me, that means he wants to see my talents.
Yeah, you can show me your talent. Now, if he hits me, it means he loves me. Wouldn't you agree?
If he hits me, it means he wants to see my talent. That's all I can say.
Ah,
wow.
Somebody has attempted that with me and they almost didn't live to tell the tale.
Yo, no, Kanya. Well, I don't know how you feel, but
Kanye, I think I need to be. You need to be my soulmate.
The problem is
So
that I'm
Kanya,
straight. Can
Kanya,
do you take straight people? Hi, Menzi.
Wait, what?
I just
Huh?
want. Sorry.
Do I date straight people?
Yes, if you can take me as I am, then yes, come my
Yeah,
love.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I will. For you, I will. I'll become straight.
Oh, hey, Salim. Salim Sidat. Hi, Menti. Yes, you were about to say something, Menti.
How are you?
I'm alright. How are you?
I'm good. So I just wanted to know, you maintained the point that you actually wanted to have autonomy, meaning that you don't want anyone to actually get involved in a relationship.
Yes.
That's quite strange though, because doesn't that mean that you've kind of isolated yourself in that way?
Hey, it's me. Until I speak out and come to you for advice, don't advise me. Mina, there's nothing I hate in my life like advice, Shem. I don't want to lie to you.
There
But
it
does that
is.
take away from the toxicity though?
No, it doesn't.
I
No,
But
mean,
Kanye has
you can
already told
decide
you.
to keep your things secret and not say anything, but I'm trying to understand, doesn't that mean that you've kind of isolated yourself? And in that sense, there's also that, how can I put
here's
it?
the thing, right? It's human nature to do so. In I think so. I think it's human nature to a certain degree to do so because again, I think I did further explain to say sometimes it's a matter of you now used to your partner, like you now thinking that okay, maybe they acted like this as a mistake, and you want to give them the benefit of the doubt. And when it comes to love, the heart is very forgiving. We'll come here on panels, make noise about ha mina never what. But
But
when
you
it
go
comes to
back, you
matters of
find yourself going back.
the heart is so forgiving, guys.
It's willing.
The
I mean,
heart.
there's also experience that comes into play. So if this happened, maybe let's say one time it happened. So I would assume maybe you were not that much aware of it. Then I would understand in that case. But if it happens more than once, then that's a problem.
Oh yeah, I think I need Doctor. Who's this one? Oladi. Oladi.
isn't that Damilola
Oh yeah.
Oladeji?
Mm, mm.
So, Mr. Ancient, I actually
Yes.
agreed with the argument that you were making. I think you misunderstood what I was trying to say.
Oh no,
Mm.
no, I didn't.
So what was my difficulty point that you didn't understand when I was talking?
Sorry?
You okay?
Can you guys
Is
hear me?
he is he a professional doctor or what?
Well, he's coming up. He's coming up. You can ask him.
He's up. Is he a professional
I'm
Hi
not a
doctor?
guys,
medical
sorry I
doctor.
went missing there
I'm not
for
a
a
medical
minute.
doctor. I'm a PhD holder in real estate. I'm not medicine.
Oh. So me
All
and
right, sir.
Tanya, we are like in a relationship right now, but she's straight. You get the point.
Sorry, we didn't hear you. You said she's straight and what?
She's straight. I'm lesbian. Yeah. We're in a relationship right now. We are officially in open.
Love.
Oh, you mean you and Kanya?
Wait, huh?
Who? You and who?
Ukanye?
Oh, okay. I think I lost you because your network was. I think your what you were saying
No.
was coming on and off, so I didn't hear
Yeah.
what you said.
So.
Dr. Oladeji, how are you?
Mm.
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm assuming you wanted to contribute to the conversation.
Yeah.
Um,
Uh, So I saw the questions
You
on.
guys keep a spot as I'm looking for good data.
So I saw the questions but I can't answer all of them. I would only answer the ones that I maybe can answer, which is um, do men open up to each other about abuse in their relationships? I think for a lot of men, there's not so much information around abuse because it's usually not physical or violent abuse or physically violent abuse. It's more often psychological and mental abuse. So there's not, it's very difficult to describe that kind of abuse to anyone. When it's physical abuse, you can point to the marks on your body, you can point to the scars on your face, and people will know that something has happened to you. But when it's mental, when it's psychological, sometimes it might even take years for you to realize that you've been part of a long game of psychological manipulation, gradual degradation, deceit, dishonesty. So for a lot of men, they just know that something is wrong somewhere. There's something wrong, but I can't put a finger on it. So you see them lashing out, you see them withdrawing into themselves, you see their behaviors changing. Someone that used to be happy-go-lucky suddenly cannot even smile in public, So it's difficult to then tell your bodies what's going on in that case because there's not even so much documented about this kind of abuses. People don't really talk about it so much. So I think it's one thing. Then someone mentioned something about silence and not wanting to talk about. I don't know the context, so I don't want to speak to their own situation. But isolating and not taking advice or unsolicited advice, I think that definitely there should be a limit to how much you expose your family to or your relationship to public interference. Like not everyone should just be able to speak into your relationship, but there should be some level of accountability both on the part of the man and the woman. Each of you should have people that can call you to order, that can advise you and you listen, that can tell you stop, you're going too far. Because most times when there's no one that can do that, even your partner can't. First of all, it's your partner that should be the most important person that can do that for you. But if your partner can't do that, maybe because the respect has dwindled in the relationship, for some reason you really do not regard your partner so much anymore, there should be other people that can like call you to order. So that's like, for me, like when that doesn't exist, when it doesn't exist, it's room for abuse and isolation. A partner that you can't, like, no one can call them to order. You as their partner would also feel like you need to protect them all the time from other people. So even when they're doing things that are mentally and psychologically unhealthy towards you, you will feel like you need to protect them from other people's knowledge of what they are doing. And that is very, very, very good and healthy for abuse to happen, that kind of situation. So I think that's my 2 cents for now on that.
No, I get that. So, but like, where do you draw the line between what you tell people about your partner, and at which point do you identify that now, okay, right now I'm opening the door to abuse. Or because when you're opening the door to abuse, I don't think anybody thinks that not now I'm opening the door to abuse. But I feel like until you are ready for people to have that image of your partner, then you shouldn't be saying anything. Because I can come to you, Dr. Demilo, and say, listen, my partner's been doing ABC. You give me your 2 cents. Tomorrow, me and my partner have patched up whatever we've patched up.
Mm,
And now I'm uncomfortable around you.
mm.
Now, based on your advice, there's a lot that I'm uncomfortable about around you. There's a lot that I can't, I don't know. I feel like I've already overshared because I did so when I wasn't ready to do so. Which is why I emphasize the importance of nobody's gonna come when they are ready. And again, you don't owe anybody to be ready immediately. It's a learning curve, and those who are there for you will be there when you need them to be. But for as long as you feel like you need to repeat these lessons and repeat this abuse, then go back until you've had enough.
I hear
I'm
you.
not, and again, I'm not speaking to physical abuse, please. I'm not speaking to physical violence. I'm just talking about basic toxicity, like, a narcissist, this, or that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but those ones too are not basic. I think that really speaks to the
No, the reason
point.
why I'm saying basic, I'm not, no, either way, no matter how we put it, that doesn't make it a good thing. It's still gruesome, it's still not nice. But sometimes you need to go through these things to learn something.
I agree with you that there are things, and sometimes a toxic relationship will end because you have learned your lesson. The lesson you were supposed to learn, you've learned it. And so even though it might urge you to walk away from that relationship, you will later realize that the reason you could walk away is because you've learned your lesson. And yes, sometimes sticking to that lesson without asking for other people's interference may be an important part of your growth, that you had to go through that person's toxicity without interference. You needed to learn your own lesson.
Thank you.
Yet that doesn't finish it. That doesn't finish it yet. There is still always room for, to have healthy witnesses in every relationship. That's why when you have weddings, you invite people to witness that wedding, because when some of these lessons are being learned and when some of these toxicities are happening, one of the things that would help you and strengthen you to, one, learn your lesson, and then to know when it's time to walk away, is when you have people who have also witnessed to some extent. There's no way you can tell everyone exactly all that is happening in your
Dr. Tamila, I don't want to lie to you. I'll be honest with you, I'm very stubborn in love. No person can convince me to leave the love of my life. No one.
yeah, yeah,
When
yeah.
I'm in love, I'm in
No
love.
one is going to convince you to leave. I'm saying that um it's not that anyone will convince you. I'm talking
What
of
is it?
people who are struggling to leave a toxic relationship, not people who just want to leave the love of their life. If a person is going to leave a toxic relationship that maybe is not physically abusive, with physical abuse, you can easily tell someone, you're being stupid. Look at it. This person punches you, this person does this to you. So it's easier to, try to justify why you're saying the person should leave. But with emotional and psychological abuse, it's much more difficult, because people will always assume the best of their partner, even if their partner is just like, um, you know, mentally degrading them and destroying them. People will assume that their partner is just, maybe making mistakes, just trying, and you won't know the line where it's like, oh, this
You
person.
mentioned a profound point
Hmm.
about um wait. You said that the moment you leave that relationship, whether you are still in love or not, it indicates the fact that you are reaching a level of growth that you haven't reached before.
Yeah.
It denotes that you're now, yeah, you're basically growing, basically, right? And it means you've learned the lesson. But also, in the same regard, right, you can say that it denotes that. So, in the same way, you can say, for as long as you stick around in that relationship, it means that lesson hasn't been learned. It means it hasn't caught up with you. And I mean, guys, I'm sorry, I will put it like this, ne? There's certain friends of mine, ne, where I will say, like, you need them to go through that toxicity. And can you please mute your mic a bit? There's terrible feedback coming on my end, and it's a bit distracting. Yeah, but like I'm saying, they need to go through these lessons for real, without your interference, without nothing. And you need them to go through this with this one individual specifically, because there's certain friends, ne, that you will have, like, whereby you know when this person falls in love, they keep doing the same thing over and over again. And we can walk around blaming their partners for saying this person's abusive, that person's abusive, this person's abusive. But why do you as a person not break the cycle of abuse that's happening in your own life? Clearly there's something that you need to learn that you keep escaping from. So you know what, go through it and learn what you need to learn. Because I'll take, for example, there is a friend of mine who I can see that they're getting the shorter end of the stick, but I'm not gonna get involved, shame. I'm going to keep speaking well of their partner to them, so that whenever this person is doing bad things, because I realize that this person is using the tactic of trying to isolate this person from everybody else. So for me, speaking positively about this person is so that this person is comfortable with me being around my friend. So that my friend, when she needs me, she knows she can come to me. As opposed to having him isolate everybody around her. Because there are people who've been isolated. And I'm not doing it from a place of malice or from a place of, no, I don't like this person. Thank you so much, day gal. But yeah, like I'm saying, I'm not doing it from a place of malice, but it's mostly from a place of, I really need to sit down and think about this. Do I want to actually help my friend and be there for her when she needs me, or do I want to be right? And you need to sit down and make that decision to say, because a lot of the time when people advise you, they're advising you to be right. They're not advising you so that they can actually help you out of your situation. So for me, I'm not trying to get you out of this toxic relationship just so that I can say I was right. I'm trying to help you break the cycle and make sure you don't find yourself in this very same cycle again. So I will pretend where I need to pretend. I will act and do what I need to do as a friend, because that's what I said when I was becoming your friend, that I would stick by you and I would be your sounding board and I will be your safe space. If it means bending down to this person that I can see is using you and being polite and treating them like I don't see what they're doing to you, then I will do it. Just so that by the time you see it, you know that there's always a place that you can run to. It shouldn't be a situation whereby now this person has isolated you from every single person in your life and you have nowhere to run to now.
No, I think I get what you're saying, and honestly, thinking about it, it makes sense because there are partners, toxic partners, that if you even go for like coaching or counseling or therapy or anything that could help your relationship, or you speak to your friends, they would, when you get back home, they would use that whatever was said in that place against you and against those friends. So definitely, I get what you're saying, because there's a danger there in sharing that could actually like isolate you, because then you're now scared of actually talking to your friends. You're now scared of talking to anybody at all. So yeah, I get absolutely what you're saying. It's just the only part that I'm a little bit worried about is when you have to then pretend to stay in your friend's life. I don't think that's absolutely necessary, because that also can escalate the confusion that toxic people rely on. Because that is one of the biggest things that toxic people rely on is confusion and chaos. Like a absolute lack of clarity on what is real and what is not real. So if your friend is already confused by whether they are in a toxic relationship or not, and they can't get clarity from within themselves, and now you are also contributing to that lack of clarity, you're actually like someone just said in the comments, another panelist just said, well, you are enabling the toxic person in a sense, because then there's even more chaos, more confusion, and your friend is most likely going to be stuck longer in that lesson than they should be. And of course, it's there are lessons we need to learn on our own, but there are also lessons that with wisdom we learn from the multitude of people's advice. That sometimes you don't need to spend 20 years learning a trade. You find mentors, people who have seen that kind of thing also before, or who have witnessed how those kind of things end. And if you are also someone that is humble, and you also take instruction from other people, it may not take you that long. If even if your partner is trying to isolate you, you will be able to recognize it, and you'll be able to take the right advice to grow into that lesson. It's usually tougher for people who also themselves don't want to take advice from anyone. So you are in a toxic relationship, but you yourself, you don't allow yourself to be advised or to be corrected, then it will take longer. And yes, maybe you need that isolation with the toxic person. Maybe that is actually what you need. You need to be isolated with that
No,
toxic
listen,
person.
Dr. Tamilo, for me, it's not that I completely lie dormant, but I will not speak ill of your partner until you come to me and tell me, hey, this and this incident happened, and this is what's going on. Then that is my opportunity, that is my window to say, but that's not normal. You shouldn't be going through this. Don't you think this is a sign of this? Rather than shutting you out completely and telling you your partner is terrible, toxic, and then you're scared to come to me again. Which Daikel had her hand up in the comment section.
Yes. Hi,
Mhm.
Kanya. Hi,
How
host.
are you? How are
Me.
you?
I'm good. I'm good. And you?
I'm fantastic.
Oh, yeah. I wanted to say that both of you are agreeing. I agree with both of your takes. Because like you were saying, Kanya, to create a safe space for them to open up with you. And to doctor, like I experienced that. I was the friend who saw my friend going through the worst of abuse, and we tried to get ourselves involved. Her family got involved, but she still didn't leave this guy. And then we created a boundary with her. We said, okay, we've tried everything. Um, Whenever you decide to leave him, like, and you are serious about it, we will still be here for you as friends. But now, if you want to be with us, we will not, you can't mention him in conversation. You can't speak about him. And that boundary, like, she knew the walls were closing in. But when she did really decide to leave him, then she called us and we were still there for her. So it's about creating that balance away.
Okay.
Hi guys.
Exactly. How is you?
Hi, this is Kanya, alright?
Thank right man.
Hi, good guys. All host, I hope you good. Guys, like, thank you so much. I think everything you guys have just said, it makes a lot of sense. But sometimes, guys, I think sometimes we kind of like miss the fundamentals. Let's remember, guys, Uguti, in terms of abusing and like physical and whether emotional abuse, there's a lot of elements that come into play. One, an abuser, in order for them to enable that habit, they need to have one element, the element of control. So the element of control comes in whether I am able to say, Woody, I will control you financially, and I know, Woody, without me, you can't go anywhere. Number two, it has a lot to do with my history, upbringing, where I'm from, or something like that. So my problem with third party, whether it be a friend or thanks Queen, whether it be a friend or a family, I have a problem with people that are, I don't know how can I put this, like not narcissist, hypocrites. People that will say, okay, but friend, we understand that you're going through this and that, but you have a comfortable life. Why would you want to sacrifice everything for these benefits that you have? I mean, this guy is doing this for you, this guy is doing that for you. So, you know what, show me, just stay. I'm sure he's going to change. I'm sure he's going to be okay. And then a couple of months later, we are tweeting justice for who? Justice for who? We should have done something about it. We should have done something about it. As society, we have inherited this sickness where we are enabling this behavior to go on. Guys, I'm staying in Kalelokshini, man. I'm staying in the township. Like, my neighbor is right next door to me. If I hear my friend beating up his girlfriend, I get up and I go intervene with the dude. Hey, Baba, look at it. You can't do this. You can't do that. Dude is wrong. I don't care if you're my friend or if, like, whatever the case may be, but, like, I can't sit back and, like, listening and enabling that or like, you know, going through that and then be quiet about it. Because of by me having the silence on it, it's me enabling it to go to, then what you're doing is right. We can talk about it tomorrow and you'll be like, no, dude, I was drunk, I was angry, I was going through this, I was going through that. And nothing gives you the right to lay a hand on someone's child, irrespective of the situation, whatever the case may be. But in society, we're enabling that. We especially like when it comes to women that we know go to, they have nowhere to go, whatever the case may be. We're enabling that in society, saying that no, Chomi, it's okay. Ungahlala. As long as he's doing that for you, he's doing that for you, you can. Come on, really? So, guys, like, we need to understand, Uguti, it needs to start with us. Like, guys, me, I'm one person. I hate confrontations. I don't like confrontations. Like, I'm a very
I love
non-confrontational
confrontations.
person. Exactly.
For
But
me,
if
for
someone
me, I
comes
love
through and then,
confrontation.
ma,
For me, I love confrontation. I love it
oh,
because
that's good.
yeah, I
I
love
get you, Sisilo.
confrontation.
But if someone comes through and then I'm sitting in my room and then I'm hearing someone doing that to their partner, I get up whether the abuse is from the female or the male, I go up and intervene because of physical confrontation. Guys, always escalates to wrong things. We know that. And speaking from a male's
Zusha,
perspective,
why
speaking from a
say
male's perspective,
yeah, men love to hate us. That's a quote this word. Men love to hate us. They love to hate us because I don't know why you love to hate us. I don't know if it's funny for you guys. I think you get a taste out of us because I don't know why do you love to hate us because you say you want to sleep with somebody. Men like to like have smashing with us, but then they want to sit and have conversations with their bro. What's with you guys?
okay, I'll get to that, Mama. So uh, my whole thing, guys, is
Sorry,
the
before we go
silence.
any further, ne? Can I just put out a disclaimer, guys? We are not prepared to have a conversation on gender wars, on how evil women are and how evil men are. We are talking about general human beings that don't hate each other here. We are just talking nje. Like, okay, not that don't hate each other, but it's not about gender. Please, can we not make tonight's conversation about gender? I am begging and I am pleading.
No, Mama. Yeah, no, definitely. I understand that. So my whole thing is Oguti. If I see my guy or my neighbor or whoever it is, doing that behavior, it is my duty. I don't want to call it civil duty. I don't know how I can put it, but somehow it is my social responsibility to stand up and say, dude, this is wrong. You can't do that. So,
Zee,
yeah.
can I just put it out there? It's not your social responsibility for you to be the one to stand up there. It's your social responsibility to call the police. Because one day, I'm sorry to say this, but you will intervene on a physical abuse matter and find yourself as the actual victim of both
Exactly.
of these individuals. That's why I say things between two people. If the police can't solve it, then who are you? Guys, can we not be supermen and superheroes playing super
No, no,
like
this kind of, I'm
okay,
not,
imagine my
yeah, no,
husband
no.
interferes. Now I've tried to intervene in GPV in a GPV case, and guess what? I ended
No, that's the
I
reason why,
I ended
you know,
with egg
I
on
asked
my
that question.
face. So
If
that's why
we
I'm saying.
women,
So, Siskanya, are you saying, okay, Siskanya, can I ask you just quickly, Mama? Are you
Mhm.
saying if you hear your neighbor, probably they're having a physical fight, you'll call the police?
Yes, I'm
Like,
not
let's just
going
say
there.
someone that you're close with. Let's just say someone
Um,
that you're close with. You'll not go then.
ngiyilapho ngifonela amaphoyisa. Why must I put myself?
What
Then
are you
I
going
end
to
up
me
in
do,
now call the
actually?
custody.
cops.
What are
I
you
don't
going to
care who
do?
you are. I'll call the cops and then keep quiet.
What are you going to do though? Because especially in physically violent cases, these people don't necessarily have the caution that normal human
But
beings have.
you men, I want to ask you a question.
It's not about men, but continue.
No, wait. There's a question I want to pose.
Okay.
But why you love your mothers, but you don't like your wives? But you
Okay,
hate.
Hi,
Mama, no, Mama, we'll get to
you're
that.
going
Can
off
I just,
topic. You are driving us off
Dr.
topic.
Tamilon, my
No,
king,
there's a question I'm trying to
my
point
king.
at.
Okay,
Yeah.
Mama, I'll come back. Sorry. I just want to ask something quickly. My brother,
Mm,
there was a social experiment that was put through. They went to this estate in Midrand. I don't remember what's the name of the estate. So
mm,
they put a loudspeaker in the middle of the complex, the estate. And then it sounded like a man that was beating his wife up. So they played that uh, clip and they played it very loud. Can you believe in like the 30 minutes that thing happened? No one even dared to call the security or the police, nothing.
Hmm?
So don't you think, Uguti, that is the very same problem that I'm talking about? My brother, if you are my friend, doctor, and I hear you that you guys are having a physical altercation with your girlfriend, trust me, I'm gonna come in. I'm not coming in to play judge and saying that who's wrong, who's right. I'm coming to de-escalate the situation. I'm not coming to say that
What
I'm coming there to check.
possessed
No,
to
no, no. Listen to me,
de-escalate
Siskanya.
a
Listen to me,
violent
Siskanya.
situation?
Siskanya. Okay, listen to me. If you are my friend, Siskanya, and I hear you go to where and your guy are having a physical uh thing, I'm gonna come in to say that, dude, you can't put your hands on this woman. And if it's you, this kind of that's being abusive with the guy, I'm gonna come in to say you can't do that. Guys, I don't not to Guti, I'm saying that to Guti, I'm being like all righteous and everything. Maybe I'm perfect or something. But guys, we are enabling that as a society saying that no, it's their problem. They need to deal with it. No, they need to see. No, I'll call the police and everything. What if you call the police and it's too late for that person?
It means it was God that decided it's your time. Why must it be my time?
Wow.
I don't know. I don't know if
Guys, no,
Zeus.
no, no. Here's the thing, guys. I think we place too much responsibility on other people when it comes to these things, really. Because the most I can do is make enough noise, ne? To say, for you to say, hey, Ganje, I can see what you're doing and stop it, fine. But if I come there, stand between the two of you, I must leave my child parentless just because two people who know each other naked were deal with each other and I chose to get involved.
There's this video clip.
I saw the
There's,
guys, and
there's,
I'm
there's,
not gonna lie to you.
there's this.
I'm not getting involved. Like even Nami, if I'm in an abusive relationship, I don't expect the next person to get involved because when me and this person were asking each other out, it was just the two of us, hey? And if even the police coming to my aid is not gonna get me to wake up, then clearly there's more that needs to happen. I'm not saying,
But
and I'm not
Skanya,
saying that,
I'm not coming there. But my sister, I'm not coming there to be a relationship expert or a marriage counselor.
yeah, you are going there when
I'm
unarmed. You are going there unarmed. You don't have a bulletproof vest when you are just going as use. We are
Skanya, really.
and
So
then we are gwazwa.
coming in between a
Umntana
female and a
msekasala
male
ngana baba
fighting.
ngoba wena
So
udecide ukuba
so
uSuperman.
coming in between a male and a female fighting, it's like you stepping into the Middle East, whereby you're gonna need a bulletproof vest and you're gonna need
But
Accidents
NATO.
happen,
No,
Zeus.
but no, Zeus,
Accidents
but Zeus,
happen.
Zeus, you've been
That's how
underplaying.
accidents take place.
So, but Kanye, yeah, I'm agreeing with you. As Zeus has been underplaying the real violence that actually happens in such cases. Like, please don't don't romanticize it. Yes, we hear your view, right? And what you're saying, Zeus, is correct. But Kanye is speaking about the real, actual things. There's case studies, there's court cases that prove that people who have tried to stop physical
Sister,
fights.
can you give me an example between when you're talking about real violence
So
and
real
I don't
violence
know,
is no
yeah,
real
what are you
violence.
referring to?
Can
So
I
real,
say something?
no, he asked me a question. I'll answer for him. So real
Yeah,
violence
yeah,
is
can you please
even
answer?
yes, even the police face it, right? Police are called for DV cases. They go to the door, they knock. The lady has a blue eye, cut lip, right? She will open a case after after the police say, okay, open the case, and then they will say, no, he didn't abuse me. This happens. They will change their plea and say, no, it never happened. Like this is the reality.
You're talking about
No,
change.
but
We once got
I'm
in
asking you
trouble.
to give me a
Can I
scenario.
answer Zeus? Can I
You're
answer
talking
Zeus?
about real violence. I'm asking you
Okay,
to
can
give
I
me
answer Zeus?
a
I'll
scenario of
give you a
real violence and
scenario that I've
non-real
actually
violence.
been part of, Zeus. Okay, let me
Zeus,
tell you.
Zeus, can I answer you?
I'll give you a scenario I've actually
There's a
been part of.
video online somewhere. If you look for it, there's a woman holding onto her husband's clothes, and she has a knife in her hand, a very sharp knife. You can see from the woman's eyes that it just takes just a little aggravation. It will take just a little aggravation from the man, and she will stab him. Everyone that saw that video could see it. Now, you as someone who is not trained, who doesn't know what kind of psychological issues that lady is going through in that moment, you will step in with your bravado and your plans to just de-escalate situations. But then you are dealing with a very unstable person. Then that person will either stab you or stab their husband. And it could be a guy too. And just that one stab has killed a lot of people that tried to intervene. Like the person who stabbed them won't even know that they did stab someone because they are gone in their brain. They're not in that place anymore. So that's an example.
Okay, guys, I think maybe we just cut from a different cloth. I'm coming from a community whereby masizumjida shay media akhe sengena baba siyakutshela ukuthi baba we not we guys, like I said, Uguti, I'm not gonna come in and say Uguti, I wanna play the relationship expert and sit down with you guys, have a glass of water and like, okay, take a notebook and like, guys, what happened? Tell me, what is your problem and everything? No, no, no.
Nobody's
We're
saying
just
you're
saying
taking
Uguti,
it there, Zeus.
there's a way to deal with things, right? And then what I'm saying is Uguti, if I'm gonna hear a situation and say it depends obviously with the connect type of connection that you have with the person to say okay, um I'm friends with Usiskanya. Usiskanya is my friend, she's my girl, you understand? Dude, I know you, you know me, you understand? We are at that situation whereby we are able to say dude, I'm having a problem is 1 2 3 with my guy, I'm having a problem with my girl, this is what you can do, this is what you can do, you understand? If I hear Kanya im Shire Street, definitely I'm gonna come in to say, dude, you can't do that. I can't come in there and start being physical with the guy because that would be wrong. I'd be taking sides. You understand? But if I come there and say, you can't do
Khamina
this with me.
wenzani Zeus ngoba kwakhona lokho kukhamina kwakho will have you catching strays.
Guys, I don't know if this will be the
No,
right
I
word to
agree
put.
with you, Zeus. No, Zeus, I think no, you're
Ngamakwana.
speaking facts. I agree with you, Zeus. Like, yes, what you are saying as a man, I've seen many like videos now, even in public spaces, when a woman is being attacked, people have help. Like, in those spaces where there's people, but we're also speaking about another reality where you also have to calculate the danger. If it's a domestic thing in a flat, you are a woman and that man is violent, by physically stopping it, you could also hurt yourself. But when Kanya was saying she called the police, that's still helping. That is still she's still being
Okay,
active by
I can
helping.
come through with previous experience, right? Actual something I've actually lived by, I've lived through that got me to this point of view to say, you know what, if the police can't intervene, then who am I? The reason why I got to this point was there was once an evening where I had my neighbors that live above me. They were in an altercation, and then I went upstairs. Like I just kept hearing banging and banging and banging. It only got worse, right? So I went upstairs and noticed that the flats next door weren't occupied, and I don't know what. I just pushed the door open, and the burglar bar was still locked, right? And I saw this man heavy with his with his knee on this woman's neck. And I quickly alerted the group, the community group, to say, hey, this is what's happening at such and such a unit. Gentlemen, please come out in your numbers. And then, you know what, my husband was on night shift at the time. He came through Naye. They all came. They manhandled this guy. I took this lady. I took the baby. The moment they got him to open, I took the lady. I took the baby. Said, let's run. Let's go. Let's go sit in my flat while we wait for the police to arrive. I sat with this woman for 5 minutes as she was still recuperating. And next thing she tells me, oh no, I'm not getting my husband arrested. I don't want to. My boyfriend arrested. I love him too much. And I was there like, you know what? And then she escalated. She then went on to ask me to spend the night with her baby so she can go and speak to this guy. And I told her, you know what, my darling, if you're going back to this guy, and you're not getting him arrested, take your child and leave my house. Because I'm not doing this thing of causing everybody got up and came here for you. And then you are telling me that when you're not getting this person arrested, it was just a minor tiff. The next time things happened, we called security. When my husband wanted to go, I told him, listen, sir, you are not going there. I don't care what you say. I don't care. You are not going there. It's security's job to go there. I understand. Because if he had gone there now alone, he was going to find himself in a crossfire, and I don't know what would have happened in that evening. So, no, guys, this thing of being Supermans and all of that, It sounds nice when women are rallying, saying, "Men, what are you doing about it?" Then men come through with the bravado of, "No, Mina, I will call it out." Call
It's
it
why
out,
we have
Njani, when you
shorter
are 6 feet
lifespan.
under.
It's why we have shorter lifespan.
Exactly, because you are just willing to jump into these things. And when I guys, I don't want to like, I don't want my man willing to jump into another person's GPV case. The only way my man must be willing is by calling security or police or any other trained personnel, not him. You, as an engineer or you, as an accountant, what do you know about breaking up GPV when? Please, can we not? Because again, you can go and break up another person's GPV situation. No one is to guarantee that you won't be in a situation of GPV. So, meaning that we are all not equipped. So, stay out of it. Call the police, let other people deal with it that are trained for it to deal with it. When you don't have to be the one that's going to be Superman. You don't have to be an unsung hero unnecessarily, please.
I can hear that you love your man because when you are with a woman that does not love you, she will tell you to go jump into things like that. She wants you to die early. I hear you. I think Zeus is very is just like sharing from his own perspective, and I think I get a bit of what he's trying to say, which is that people should not like just look away. But the question is, what action can you take? It's not just going to jump in there. It's also like, what can you actually do that doesn't endanger you? You know.
But also for me, Dr. Demola, is that Uzus was undermining how even Kanye said she would call the police. He didn't even see that as an act of being an action. He downplayed that act of calling the police like it's doing nothing. That's doing something.
That's true. That's true.
So I think that for me, even my annoyance was that part of him not seeing that as an action.
That's true.
You
I can
don't have to physically go there and stop the fight. Aibo.
That's not what it
be in a
means to be.
relationship with a man that is willing to risk his life and doesn't see it.
Yeah, no, it's a very you know, crazy thing. I mean, there are things you should risk your life for, maybe your family, your direct family, when there's, and no one prays for such situations, but if it ever happens, maybe, but not that you go looking around for people's problems to risk your life for. And I think that's why I'm really agreeing a lot with Kanya's point of view, because even in the more is it mental abuse kind, you take almost the same frame, is don't make it about yourself, don't center yourself in other people's problems. As much as you want people to grow and to come out of toxicity, it has to be their decision, it has to be their journey, it has to be something that they grow through. And sometimes it's true, someone may come out of a toxic relationship too early and blame you for pushing them, and like maybe regret the fact that they left, and then it will be your fault instead of actually the fact that they've actually learned their lesson and they've decided, okay, no, this is not for me. So yeah, I think we agree on that angle to it.
Exactly, Mina Sharma, I will be the one ululating the loudest at your wedding. I don't want to lie to you. I'll be there, ululating the loudest, dancing till I drop at your wedding. I'm telling you, because that's a lesson that you need to learn. It's got nothing to do with me. Because, okay, here's the thing. I also know how stubborn I am. I'm not even going to make it about other people. Mina, if I've made my mind up about something, I don't want to lie. I hate advice that I didn't ask for. I hate it with a passion. Even simply, let's say I'm buying a car and I say I want to buy a certain brand and you tell me that brand is unreliable. If I have my sights on that brand and I've done my research and I've done all of this, there is nothing you can say to. In fact, once I've bought that car and it does exactly what you said it was going to do, I'll feel like you are the one that jinxed me. I'm being honest. And like, I'm not gonna act like, and that's my toxic trait, shame. And I know it. I don't know if I should work on it or not, but like, I hate advice. I dislike motivational speakers. Don't
We are
motivate
the
me.
same. Tanya, I
Don't
see you.
motivate me. Don't motivate me, please. If I feel like I'm stuck, I said I'm stuck. Don't come here looking for solutions on my behalf. I'll solution myself. I'm a grown adult. And that's why I don't like to get too involved in people's matters, because yes, for me, I've learned the lessons that I needed to learn in certain instances a lot quicker than maybe some. I'm not blowing my own horn or anything. But another thing, when it comes to people's lives, there's a lot more nuance when it comes to people's lives, right? If I say I want to buy this vehicle, I'm not just saying I want to buy this vehicle. I've done my research. I've checked around what I can afford. I've checked around and I've come to the conclusion that this is the best for my budget, for my happiness, for my everything, for my lifestyle, for everything. So if you come around, you're now telling me what you would be doing in my current situation, but you don't even know all the details about my current situation to be advising me about my situation. And tomorrow, when things go wrong, I don't want to lie to you, Shane. There is a big part of me that will blame you if I didn't ask you for that advice.
Yeah, but I think also we're also talking about abuse. So my question for you would be then, when people go through abuse, like I shared earlier, I think one of the most important thing is for people who abuse others is chaos and confusion. So how do you see people dealing with those kind of experiences without actually relying on anyone except themselves? Remember, you could be in that confusion and chaos for like the rest of your productive years, and you wake up 20 years down the line, 30 years down the line, you're already old now, you're in retirement, and you realize you've been actually in abuse. What then is the point of the lesson at that point? You're almost dead.
It means you are stubborn and you needed to deal with your stubbornness and you refused to learn. Now, I've had a friend of mine
Hmm.
who, after 2 weeks of meeting a guy, they got engaged and they moved in together. By week number 3, by week number 4, whenever you call this lady, you cannot communicate with her without this person being present, and it's on loudspeaker. You can't say nothing to this person, you can't do nothing. And it was like she had turned this person into her god. And I kept praying to God that one day she will see that this person is toxic. And then one day she was just talking about it to say, this guy slapped me. And that was my celebratory moment to say, okay, if he slapped you, that means this is drastic enough for you to see that you need to get out. It wasn't. Girl stayed. She stayed, she fell pregnant. This person started hitting her when she was pregnant. And do you know what, ne? We tried as a family to get, okay, I'll take it as because we were close with each other like that our families were involved with each other even. We tried as a family to get her out, to talk her out of it. She didn't want to listen. So then, I don't want to lie, when this person kept doing the worst, I kept celebrating, thinking, yeah, this is going to be the needle that breaks the camel's back. I can do this camel gets stronger. This camel kept on getting stronger and stronger. And you know what? The day she decided to leave, no one had to say anything to her. She picked up her phone. She took all the money that she could get her hands on because this man made her quit her job, made her do a lot. made her quit her job, made her like just basically used to lock her up in the house. She called me and said, "Meet me at the airport at OR Tambo." I didn't ask any questions, got into my car, met her at OR Tambo, and that's when her escape started. We found her a place to stay and all of that. Nobody had to say nothing to her at that point because she finally saw what she saw that made her tick. You can't determine to another what is going to make another person tick. I'm glad she made it out alive and all of that. But also, if she didn't make it out alive, guys, it wouldn't have been anybody's fault because, again, we tried to get her out of that. We tried. I mean, also the fact that she would see a person in a month and decide to marry them within a month, it's showing that there's some lack inside of her that she was not willing to deal with at the time. And there's only so much that we can do as just the laymen's. As laymen, there's only so much we can do. You can't force a person to see things from your perspective. You can't. You can only let them know to say, "Hey, but this is bad, hey?" And you wait and you have to listen to hear what they say. It mustn't be you bombarding them, telling them that, yeah, this is terrible, this person of yours. Because I've learned my lesson with this scenario that I'm talking about, to say, you will back and back and back. And I'm telling you, you will not win, no matter how hard you back. It's important to listen to this person with intelligence. And when you're listening, you don't have to listen to the things that they're saying. You also have to listen to the things that they are not saying. So, yes, we can want to be heroes, call out bad behavior, but it's not that black and white. Life is not black and white. There are gray areas.
I totally agree with you, Kanya. Like, don't be anyone's Rambo. Don't try and be a Rambo in a situation. Be honest with yourself, be human, and that's enough. Show up as your true self.
At the time, I was still single. Really, okay, I can say, I don't know if I can say, okay, I'll say this for lack of a better word, but I was relationship hopping. You'll advise somebody who feels like they're in a solid relationship. Well, when you're not in a relationship, and then they'll tell you to say that's why you can't pin a man down. Like, okay, hello. Okay, I don't know what to say to you then. Or they'll view it as you wanting their partner and jealousy, and so guys, Mina, I'm a strong believer in stay out of people's business. There's a friend of mine whose husband is cheating. I know he's cheating. She's not gonna hear it from she's a neighbor because I've seen him, and she's not gonna hear it from me, shame, that this guy is cheating. She will not. She'll find out when she needs to. When God decides my daughter needs to find out is when she will find out. It's not going to be me.
Because the reality is, after you even reveal the truth, they still go back to their partners. And then you become villainized, you become the enemy by sharing the mere truth.
Exactly.
So then you realize nobody wants to hear the truth. Nobody actually wants to hear the truth. So let them be Delulu and you just stay out of it.
Yeah, but I also think that it's important to also put these things in context. You've mentioned two kinds of people. People who are just stubborn. Like they're just stubborn and they just don't like advice. Those kind of people, if you know that's a kind of person your friend is, or anyone that's in an abusive situation, obviously you shouldn't be going to that kind of person to advise them. It's also someone who is like delusional, and would likely not own their own decisions, would eventually, because when people advise, it's not to tell you what to do. The goal of advice is not to tell you what to do, is to help you sometimes put things in context or in perspective that you may not be seeing in that moment. Because love, sometimes blinds us to reality. So advice is there just to like help you put things in context. So if you are with someone that doesn't, or if you are seeing someone that will most likely blame other people for their own choices and decisions. Of course, that kind of person doesn't need to be advised and shouldn't be advised. But I believe there are also people who just find themselves in terrible relationships, not because they are not putting in the work on themselves to be mature, to own their decisions, to own their lives, but circumstances lead them into that lesson. And sometimes it also helps that those people get, someone to help them really like come out of the fog they are in and say, listen, your instincts are right. Your instincts about this person is valid, and your decisions are valid. It's not to say you're making the decision for them, but you're helping them understand that yes, we are here with you, whichever decision you make, but don't feel like, you know, your instincts should be questioned. Because again, like I said, when people are abusing you, especially the mental and psychological part, some of the things they destroy are your intuitions, your personal intuition, your ability to trust your own judgment about situations, about things, because they know exactly that if your intuition and your judgment is working properly, you will not be with them. So that would be like one of the first things they're going to like go for and destroy. Are you able to look at a situation and say, my instinct says this thing is not okay? And you could even be that kind of person before they met you, and most likely that's even why such people target you, is that they see you, they know that you have that kind of clarity about your life and about the way you move, and they want to break that. So they do that, they break your instincts. It's your friends that know you before that will be like, no, there's something changing about this person. This person used to have clarity. This person used to have their convictions about things. This person wasn't confused. And those friends can maybe remind you of who you are, or who you used to be, not necessarily telling you to leave your partner, but they remind you of who you are by telling you, listen, you are much more than this. You are not a terrible person, because that abuser would always want you to feel like you're a terrible person and you're not actually worth anything. So those are things that it's not advice per se. It's not anyone telling you to do this or do that. It's more of, do you have people around you that remind you of your worth when you are in a situation that by some chance has really started to degrade you in that sense and remove your sense of worth from you. So I think I get the point where we say don't just give unsolicited advice, but we should also not contribute to the isolation that happens to people and destroys them, derails their lives. Some people will not have married the people they married if they add that community around them, reminding them of their worth, not trying to like, in fact, most times when people advise, it's what actually pushes people to make those bad decisions is you go there and say, no, don't do this, you're not supposed to do this. That's advice in that sense. But when you remind a person of who they are, the value that they owed, you're not telling them what to do. You are giving them a mirror that would allow them to actually gauge their decisions, better. Yeah, like Kanye is asking, why did you forget your what? Like I said, it's not always about your choice. See, when you meet intentional abusive people, you don't have to have wanted to be in that situation. People target people. I don't know if you may not believe it, but there are people who go all out to target people for that purpose.
Dr. Tamilo, I can say, you know what, for example, as a person who's been around the streets before they got married, I will say this one thing. I've never understood a person that will stick around for longer than a month or longer than 3 months in something where they can see you've seen the pattern of these things. A lot of the time when you come across multiple narcissists, let's say one after the other, There's certain patterns that you've already experienced that you're now experiencing again. And now, because when you so badly want to make this work, you've now taken that your worth, you've taken it and make it and had made it have a back seat. Because when what you want is a relationship, you get to a point where you don't even care about your values. You've now negated everything that makes you you, just so that you can keep this person in your life. And if you are willing to sacrifice all of that, what must we do to you?
But Kanya, you know, for me, this conversation extends to all relationships, right? So let's say you will not entertain an abusive relationship with a partner, but go high at home, your parents, your relatives, like you see friends who forgive their families, who go through like toxic relationships with their own families, but still stay and support umama, you know, or the toxic sisters or uncles or brothers. Like this thing also extends into interpersonal relationships, like what we allow. So you might judge a woman who stays with a toxic man, but you might be a same person who allows your own toxic mother and allow her to abuse you, you know, or exploit you.
I mean,
So
I don't want to lie to you. I can't relate. My parents passed when I was still young, so I've had to learn to stand independently
yeah,
for a
but
long
for I mean, like,
time.
in general, like people do this like with family, like cousins, sisters, relatives. They also allow like those people to also take advantage of them, and it happens.
But I feel like when it happens in family settings, ne,
Mm-hmm.
it's different to romantic settings because you know what, a person will be able to identify that their cousin, like that person who's got a toxic cousin, let them find a narcissistic lover who's going to be jealous and want to isolate them. Trust me, that lover will be able to drive them away from that toxic family member straight into their own arms. Because again, that's where discerning for yourself as an adult comes in. And that's where, like, now nobody can get you out of those situations, unfortunately. In this world, nobody's coming to save you. We need to understand that everybody's going through their own different challenges. You can't expect that somebody's going to come and take you out of your challenge. And as much as, yes, we'll be friends, we'll be there for you, we'll give you advice, we'll do what. But at the end of the day, you know, even when you go for therapy, they'll tell you a lot of these things depend on you. And I feel like as people, we like to give up control over on our own lives to other people. And we will always have that, no, but I need this kind of, but I feel like as people, we are not willing to we are not willing to be in solitude at some point. And for everybody, it's important for you to deal with your problems alone without external help, without, it's important to be isolated every now and then, to be able to look at your things from a clearer lens. I don't know if I'm making sense, but you can't constantly be relying on
I get what you're
other
saying.
people interjecting on your problems. You can't constantly rely on, there needs to reach a point of independence in yourself, which is true growth. True growth is not okay. I know this sounds cliche, but growth is not going to buy a house or buying this or buying that or getting married. Growth is being able to handle things independently. And that is what true independence is, being able to deal with a situation no matter who's in your corner and no matter who's not in your corner. It's always great to have someone in your corner. Don't get me wrong. It's always great. But what happens on the day when no one wants to be in your corner? Then what? So it's important that as people, you teach yourself to be in isolation. We can be a community all we like, but there are certain things that you will go through that you need to go through by yourself without anybody holding your hand to get out. Sometimes you need to dig your way out of that situation that you got yourself into. Sometimes it's not even you who got yourself into that situation, but you need to learn to swim in the deep end at some point. When we are swimming, You don't find your swimming coach will hold you to a certain extent, but there'll come a point where they'll let go of you. And you now need to learn to swim on your own. Sometimes you'll almost drown. Sometimes you'll almost, like, a lot will happen. But it's important, like, you can't constantly be thriving off people, recharging off people, hell, expecting people. No, leave people alone for a second. What are you doing about yourself? Where are you in all of this? What are you contributing to help yourself get out of the situation? Let's leave people alone. You're in an abusive relationship as an adult. What are you supposed to do? Why are you not doing what you're supposed to do?
But Kanya, there's also like, like, yes, what you're saying is facts, right? Self-preservation, we've come here alone and you will, die alone. That's the core of our existence. However, there's nature versus nurture. Like, it's also who you are, but your environment also plays a part in the person you become. So you cannot exclude the person completely without the support of the environment and saying that environment does not play a part or help.
It does play a part. Again, like, I didn't say that environment doesn't play a part, but everybody, regardless of that environment, you need to have that moment of solitude. I strongly advocate people having moments of solitude to deal with issues without a savior. It's not nice. It's not pretty. But sometimes it's a must.
No, 100%. Like 100%.
I'm not saying every single life challenge it must be you dealing with it by yourself, head on, constantly drowning. No, don't get me wrong. But I'm saying I feel like we've now cast the net on everybody around you, and we've now, to a certain degree, I feel like we are now crippling you as the person who's in the situation, right? Because now everybody's coming through. The gentleman that was here coming to say, yeah, now we'll interject, I'll come in. There'll be us who's calling the police, there'll be other people who be doing this other. What are you doing? You're just sitting there, and then what are you doing? What you should be doing in that instant, take a, let's say you are dating Dr. Tamilo. If you are in an abusive relationship, I can come to you as a person to assist you, but help me help you. Don't just leave that in my court. Don't just leave the ball in my court like it's my situation. It's not. Help me help you. If I come through with police and stuff, the least you can do is open the damn case. Not expect that I'm gonna be your savior constantly. Because that's why even police stations allow for you to come on your own. To go. You don't even need a community to go and report a person. You yourself, you can go and report a person for assault. You can go and report a person for that. That's why I meant to say, can we leave other people out of your situations for a bit and talk about you as a person who is in this situation? You're in this toxic relationship. You can feel that 90% of the time when you are with this person, you are not feeling good. This person puts you through the most. And you can see it. Nobody needs to see it for you. You can see that, okay, Yabonala, this person keeps hurting me. I'm crying every night. I'm doing this all the night. So when do you enjoy crying? Why are you stuck in this cycle of constantly being in these tears with this person? Why are you stuck in this cycle of repetitive toxicity with this person? And you're not doing anything about it. Who's supposed to do something about it? Who?
But Kanya, on the other end of the coin, the spectrum is that most people, when they see other people, like, when you feel connected when you see someone else going through a similar thing that you're going through, and you're like, oh, I'm not alone. The situation is not like that designed just for me. Like, I'm actually connected. I'm not suffering alone. So when you communicate with other people, you create community. And through that community, you create a bond. And from that, it's a strength. And from that, you have the power to leave that relationship from connecting with someone else.
Exactly, but you need to be willing to get to the point of leaving that relationship. Again, we can't act like you're not a willing participant in all of this.
No, that's true. That's true. No, 100%. But we still also, like, you cannot deny that ribatu. There are 7 billion people on this earth, whether we like it or not, for a reason. Like, we cannot survive alone. Like, when a child is born, a human child, they need so much help. The milk from the mother, the care. Like, you're not an island, whether we like it or not. We still need people.
No one said you don't need people, okay? You do need people. But meet those people halfway when they are there. And I don't think, okay, it's different with the baby, but as a grown adult, guys, I Gabby, but hear me out. And I'm speaking as a person who's been in multiple toxic relationships where, okay, I can see that, okay, this is getting back to, and whereby relationships whereby, okay, I was emotionally abused by one of my exes, right? Like, and her, okay. Also, I guess it was grape, yes, but I don't recall consummating with this person willingly or I wanted it. It was normally a situation of, okay, he's gonna throw tantrums and he will get angry and whatnot and choose to, it was basically weaponized against me to a certain degree. So I don't know. I'm still yet to figure out if it was really grape or what. But at the end of the day, right, I've been in that situation where I was with this narcissist who would do all these things to me. I stuck around for longer than I should have. But now every other relationship I entered, ne, after that relationship, it was now a situation of if I see the signs, I'll give it time, yes, to see is this me overreacting because of trauma from my previous, or is this now truly what you call it, another cycle of the same thing. And guess what? Whenever I identify that this person is going to give me the same kind of behavior where I'll find myself in a toxic situation again, I would leave. And I've noticed there's been a lot of people who will say things like, oh no, I'm not leaving. Like there's a colleague of mine who kept going back to their toxic ex. And when you ask her why, she will tell you, this is why I don't like advice. She will tell you to say she didn't want her body count to escalate. So because she still needs to do the deed, she's going to keep going back to her ex until she
Wait,
finds the love of her life or whatever.
wait. People are scared of body count.
People are scared of body count. That's why I'm saying advice. I hate advice. That body count stuff, that body count nonsense, it's from advice to say your body count must stay low. What. Had it
Wait.
not been from bloody
So, like,
advice, she wouldn't be going back to the same toxic
wait.
eggs with the
So,
fear
wait.
of increasing her body count.
So, if we were to ask, wait, I can't even count the body count. I can't. I don't have. I don't have.
But I think you will be shocked the reasons people stay in toxic situations. Sometimes
Yeah.
it's these beliefs that we've been taught,
Shame, belief,
you
the
know,
environment.
things we've been taught as children. Like if you don't do this, you're not a good person. If you have a high body count, you're not a good person. If you step out of a toxic relationship or marriage too early or too soon, You don't have endurance, you're not a disciplined person,
Mm.
all of those kind of things. People are scared of, just falling short of all of those societal expectations that say, all of these things about who you should be, how you should be.
And what you
So,
should be.
and what you should be. So of course, I think I also I on there's a part of me that agrees with Kanya, but there's also a part of me that is like there is that place of isolation, being with yourself. It's important. Every phase of one's life where you need to transform, where you need to grow out of a lesson, you will meet with that important place of isolation. You need to like step away from people and you let everyone just disappear. It's absolutely important because everyone is going to have a better perspective than you who is experiencing your situation, especially if you come from some kind of cultural families, religious families, and things like that. People might tell you, "Oh, well, if only you did this, maybe the person will not abuse you. Maybe you are doing this wrong." Those kind of things. So you need silence and isolation in a lot of those cases to shut out people's voices and start listening to yourself. That's absolutely true. Um, but at the same time,
But Doc, I would like to disagree with you on a certain point.
Sorry, before you disagree with Doc, can we take the time to welcome Masculine Lord to the panel?
Yeah.
welcome.
Welcome.
Yes, Miss Kaya, good job, sis. Oh,
Oh,
okay, let
yeah,
me speak
before he
English
goes
because
on, before we're acknowledging him, but before he goes on, uh,
No, wait,
d-
Willow, we are not done. But I guess we acknowledge people on the panel. That's not how things work here. Remember, with the way things work here, is you acknowledge new panelists before doing a back and forth. That's why people end up leaving the panel without submitting because
oh,
it's
forget
now a
my
back and
point.
forth between panelists that are already on the panel.
I'll forget my point.
Write it down in the comments.
No,
It's
no,
yes,
not
don't
no.
worry,
just
Miss
that for
Willow.
us.
No, let
Okay,
me
are
just
you
greet Miss
okay?
Willow,
Are
and then
you
we'll let you speak. Greetings to everyone. I think I joined because I heard the topic sounds very interesting.
okay? So are
Miss
you
Willow, go ahead, Miss
okay?
Willow.
Are you okay with Miss Willow putting out her fire first before you make your submission? Or
Yes, absolutely. I'll go after her.
okay, thank you, thank you. Right, Willow,
But
you can step in.
but I've been here earlier than all of you. I just had okay. But the thing is, I wanted to.
Exactly, meaning you've been talking for long and now you don't want a new person to talk. So continue.
Okay. The thing that I don't like about society has played a part and downplayed a woman. That's a thing that you find like if you have twin kids, a boy and a girl, but the way you treat a boy, it's different from the way you treat a girl. A boy is you are more gentle, you're more, but a girl child you expect them to be more like what's the word, more responsible, and you use those harsh words. You are supposed to be this and that, but for a boy child you are like, oh no, he's still a kid. But we never let a girl child grow. Being a no, we've never let them being kids, but they are always grown. I've seen it. We've never given them excuses, but for boy kids we've always allowed them to be kids. And for me, I'm going to talk about me because being the firstborn, I was brought up in a polygamous family where I happened to be the firstborn, and I saw it the way my mom would treat me being the firstborn child, firstborn girl. And I had my older brother who was like 10 years, I think 10 or 12 years, no, 12 years difference. But I would see my mom treating me as older than my own older brother, she would say, but you are a girl, but you are like this. But when are we going to excuse a girl child? When are we going to start doing that?
I will. I don't see how this ties into the topic.
No,
I
no, no. It's
honestly
it's
don't.
also equating to say this is the reason why there is the same topic. This is the reason why we are seeing our own kids and our own families not opening up because society has played a part. This is the background in as much as we are talking, because marriage in Africa, it's something that is sacred and everything. So a girl child walking away seems to be a failure,
Okay, no,
because
now
she's always
you're
groomed
making sense.
from the time she's a kid. I hope I make sense.
Okay, no, I hear you. But again, I would like to emphasize, can we not make this about gender tonight? Please, guys. Like, I swear,
Not
if
gender, sweetie.
no,
It's not.
listen to why I'm saying this, ne? You said this, right? To say a girl child, a boy child, right? And now that you've made this comparison, you've now opened room for somebody else to then come in and say, no, but as men, we face this. Then somebody else will come in and rebuttal and say,
No,
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 but
no,
as
no.
women,
I'm just saying this is
no,
the
I'm
reason why.
letting you know
Yeah,
why I'm,
I'm
yeah,
adding
Rani,
on to
yes.
the exposure of saying this is the reason, even when our own families are being battered and everything, they can't come out and say, because there is a thing that is placed on them to say, if you feel you're not coming back home.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your submission, Willow.
I think this divorce is going to be quick between you and I.
Yeah. You are here for, yeah. Now, once you marry me, you marry me. Divorce doesn't take place.
Oh,
You
black
will,
coffee. Are you a black
you,
coffee, Kanye?
Mina, I don't
Are
do
you a black
divorce.
coffee?
I don't get married to divorce. The only thing that separates me from a spouse is death.
Hectic.
Yo,
Exactly. Me, once I get married, Shem, I'm sorry.
Wow.
We can be as liberated as we want, but once I tie the knot, I tie the knot, mean.
yo,
There's no
Wow.
more liberation after I've tied the knot.
What?
yo.
So what happens if the other person wants a divorce?
Now this.
Eh, what do you mean you want a divorce? Ngazongihlanyela mina,
Oh,
eh.
no way. That's toxic, bro. That's toxic.
It's toxic, fine.
I
I
need,
get
I
It's
need,
it.
toxic,
I
bitch.
need to
That's
rethink
my
my
standard.
priority.
That's my
Wow.
standard. I'm not getting married for fun, Mina. What do you think this is? Eh,
No, we are not,
Yeah,
but
you
our
know,
priorities are not straight right now.
I don't usually shout out to Kanya there. I don't usually agree with Kanya on a lot of topics. I think I've been on her with her on a bunch of these lives, but on this one, she's actually correct. Surprisingly, that's actually the correct mentality for a woman to have. You shouldn't get married to a man, and divorce him. Unless of course he's beating you. In my opinion, if he beats you or he does something crazy like he brings STDs to the house or he does something like that, then you can absolutely divorce him. Other than that, you don't divorce your man. You stay with your man. You stick with your man. Through
Do you
the
know? Do you
through
know
thick and
how?
thin.
You know how you and Kanye's point can be disproven? In every
Yeah.
religion, in Islam and Christianity, there's allowance for divorce. It's a human thing to let go. If you have tried and done everything through the way of God, wherever you see it,
Mm.
every religion culture allows for separation, divorce, because it's
Okay.
actually very
So
natural.
well, that sounds
no,
nice and stuff, but I don't
no,
subscribe to either any of these.
yeah,
There's
no.
no
I
getting
want to
out.
ask her. So Gubane Kamasisi I can't pronounce
Dagel.
the Daigel. Okay. So Daigel, what are the reasons, speaking for yourself in your opinion, or you can speak in general, it's up to you. What are the reasons why you would divorce? Let's say you were to get married to a guy that you love and respect. What are some of the reasons that you think are good reasons to divorce your husband?
So there, there's allowances for adultery from both sides. Like cheating is a no. Like, and also it's that some relationships you can cheat, but if you have a child outside of our arrangement, that's when people also divorce. People divorce for financial, like, suppression reasons. Like, you're not even giving your wife an allowance. You're telling her
Like
to
if he's
stay
not providing.
home. Yeah, no,
There's not
yeah,
allowance.
you're not even like supporting her, nothing. Exactly. So there's so many allowances for those types of divorces.
That is some conception. I
Wait,
will not
what?
say no,
Yeah.
that's stupid.
But I can
I
say
would
Wait,
have
I
got
think,
divorced
wait,
experiences
Kanya,
just because I
I
signed
think I
for
need
it.
to start dating men.
What do you mean?
I,
No,
I, I, I
there are
think I
crazy
love,
people like me.
wait, I think I love women too much that I don't even see the other aspect.
Mm-hmm. But then I would like to assume that you being lesbian is not a personal choice, but it's how you were molded. I don't know. That's my personal
Yeah, but
perspective.
mm.
Also,
Yeah,
it would
I
really.
don't think that's true. The whole thing about lesbians and stuff like that's okay. With all due respect, that's not really a real. I think that's very fake. Well, I know
Okay,
it's fake,
let's move.
but that's
Let's
another
move.
topic.
Let's
let's move
move.
Okay, let me
on.
Let's
not.
move.
Okay,
Let's
Okay,
am
move.
I doing too much? Okay,
I was going to
let's
say
not get there.
something.
Let's not go there.
Mm.
So I'm
Yeah, yeah.
not
Go ahead,
being,
bro. Go ahead.
I was going to say something about the divorce situation because everyone is saying divorce is not, uh, you know, I don't think anyone goes into marriage with the goal to divorce. I don't think so.
Okay, here's the thing, Doctor.
okay, the question
Not
is,
everybody,
okay,
no
the
one goes
question,
into divorce. Nobody goes into
wait, the
divorce with
question
that
is, how
mindset,
do
right?
you,
But the difference between me and a normal individual, let me tell you. When at Dr. Damilo, you'll go in there saying, you know what, I'll never divorce my wife unless A, B, C, D, E, F, G happens. Unless, Mina, I don't have room for unless. Lalela, no matter what you do, I am sitting in that marriage, whether you like it or not. You can go
No
whoa,
cheating.
matter what your
You
partner
can do
wait,
does,
what?
wait, wait,
no
Mina,
matter
wait,
what,
wait,
personally, when I get in,
wait, I
I'm
have a
in.
question. The
mm,
question is, for me, I don't, for me, emotional, being emotional with somebody, it's for me, it's something that I wouldn't handle. But somebody smashing with another human being is something I can handle. For real, I would watch my partner smashing another human being. I'm cool with that. But when emotions are involved, then I cannot deal with that. So
mm.
for me, I think it's okay for my partner to smash and everything. But when emotions are involved, for me, that's why I tie the thing, because people would like to smash for the sake of smashing.
Kaya says she's not trying to be involved. I hear you, Willow. And there are people with different rules of what their deal breakers are, right? But I maybe what I wanted to pose to Kanya is this. So you're saying that there's absolutely nothing your partner can do that would make you divorce them, because yes, and I'll give you context to
Wow,
why.
okay, I'm not,
There
whoa.
are people who
Let me
would.
take my words back, because I was actually saying we are together in this now. I'm taking my words back.
You're not with her anymore. Okay, so
She
there.
scares me.
Okay.
Our divorce is death.
Yo.
Oh,
All
she
right.
scares
Can I
me. I
just
take my words back.
can I
I
just
take my words
clarify here?
back.
I'm gonna be a bit direct here
Oh no!
because
Before you clarify, let me finish what I'm saying.
no, I think
So
I need to clarify before
there,
you finish,
there.
brother. Before you finish, because
Let me finish what I'm saying first. Then
no,
you
no, because
clarify.
if you listen to women, they don't really make sense. So what Kanya
Like,
actually
huh?
means,
I don't
right, when she
understand.
says she's
No,
not
no. Masculinity, whatever it
like,
is. Can you slow down on your talks when you say women's what? Do you think you're
no,
that
respectfully,
important?
I'm not trying to
This is
offend you. I'm
where
No,
just being
no.
honest here.
Do you
the
think that you're
gender
that
can
important
kick
that
you
we're
out.
not
But you are
important?
saying masculinity.
Uh-uh.
We're not
Yeah.
important?
So no, I didn't say
No,
that you're not
no,
important. Listen,
no.
I didn't say that.
No, the way
I
you're
but we know
phrasing
that's
it.
not what you said. Can you allow him to land?
Just let me land. I'll be quick, and then I'll pass it to Doctor there. What I was saying with regards to what Kanya's saying, part of what she's saying is true, but like she's leaving out the other half. The reality of what she's saying is, if her man cheats on her, she will stay, provided that the guy is a provider and protector, he's strong, he's dominant, he's charming, and he's tall, and he's smart, he's intelligent, he has
Still,
a bright future. She will stay. However, if he
still,
at any given time loses
Charlie.
his financial balance, in other words, if he loses his source of income, loses his job or whatever, then she'll
And he's
absolutely
involved in an
leave.
accident.
Well, if he can still provide, she'll still say. But if he loses his source of income, is the point. She will leave, just like every other woman, and
Hey, wena,
the lesbian
ungangikhulumeli.
girl
No,
there.
that's not what she
The
said.
Ungangikhulumeli.
No,
Mina,
yeah,
no, no.
again,
hold
once
on.
I've tied the
I don't
knot,
think that's the
No,
your
case.
that's a lie,
I don't
Kanya.
think
finances,
that's the
That's a
case.
lie, Kanya. That's a lie.
your
That's not
finances,
true.
your
Tanya has
everything,
just told you
I
what
am
her
in the
views. Why are
tutu
you
Can I?
that.
Can
tanking
I?
her views?
Can I? Can I speak?
Okay, the thing is, maybe the problem is, okay, sorry, Mr. Dr. Tamiro, before you come in, can I just tell you, what marriage is to you is not what marriage is to me. That's one thing we need to remind each other. Ne? To
Yeah.
me, I understand that when I say I'm marrying somebody, to me, that is a lifelong commitment. To you, it could be a thing of it's because you feel in love.
Yeah, it's a phase.
To me,
to
it's got
others.
nothing to do with because I felt in love. It's me making a commitment to say, regardless of circumstance, regardless of what, this is the person I'm going to die next to. Finish and clar. There's no, there's no
That's
I'm
not
in
hiding
love
true,
with
anything.
this
but
one.
it's fine. Women
That
like to
is
say that.
me. That is how
No, no,
I
no.
view marriage.
That's what every woman says, Kanya.
That's
Every
what
woman.
you. No.
Hold
You
on,
want
Guys,
to
Kanya. Hold
view
on.
it
guys,
differently
Every
like we
guys,
woman.
have.
guys.
But
Every
Dr.
woman.
Tamilo had a
I told
submission
you
to make.
about
Every
masculinity.
woman believes that.
You're not
Um,
going to do that again.
Don't put your
I've
boundaries
allowed
here,
you guys
please.
to have your say. So here's what I was going to first say is now, and this is to Kanye. I'm going back to where I was at. That there are situations where you have determined that you will never divorce someone, and you're not going into marriage to divorce someone. However, when a person's mind is set on either removing you from their lives or getting an advantage over you, or just there are things that they will do now to make sure that you are miserable. That's just the truth. And it's like people who don't like to break up in relationships, they know you don't want to break up with them. They also don't like to break up. What they are going to do is to make you miserable enough to decide to break that your decision to never break up. They're not going to like argue with you about whether you're going to break up with them or not. So my question to you is, are you saying for sure? Because here's the thing, you don't know people, you don't know everyone in this world. Someone said in the comments earlier that people are messed up out there. Are you saying for sure that if you meet someone who is, crazy enough to really make your life miserable, turn your life into a daily misery, you will just stick with that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me clarify this. Ne? What I will not be doing is going to courts and signing on the dotted line that you and me were divorcing. No. That is something I will never. Not giving you that satisfaction, no matter the circumstances, no matter the case. However, if you choose to make my life miserable at home, that does not mean I can't go out there and find my own happiness. I can go and find my happiness in your presence until you choose to act right. If you choose to act right, I'll come back to you, my loving. But Oksalayo, I'm not going
Yo,
anywhere. I'm not
Puka,
signing a divorce.
Puka
Mina.
is
That's what
on
I'm not
another
doing.
level. I can't handle you, baby. I can't.
I'm telling yeah, what are that thing of no, if you're not happy, divorce. Nah. I'll go and find my happiness, recharge, come back. If you are still draining my happiness, go back, recharge, come back. But divorce is what you are not going to see from me. So
that
if
proves
you
my
marry
point.
me, you better be sure that you are marrying me because one thing, if you are going through your financial difficulty, baby, I will try and pull us out of it. However, if you want a divorce, you are
I
not
think I'm
getting
marrying her.
one.
I'm marrying her. I found my
You are
person.
not
Or maybe
getting a
sometimes
divorce
even
out
if
of
you're
me.
going through their
The
financial.
moment I sign a marriage certificate, ne,
Mm.
I am not signing an annulment. I am not signing a divorce because I said, till death do us part. And I mean it.
And if their financials are not getting in order and they're not like fixing it, you can also take a break and go recharge while they
Thank
fix
you.
their finances.
But signing divorce is something you will not see me do.
But the courts, also the thing with divorce is that the courts don't necessarily need, in at least not in every country, but in some countries, they don't need two parties to actually like complete a divorce. So long as some conditions are fulfilled and your partner can prove that your marriage has irretrievably broken down, then you don't need to sign.
How are you proving it when I'm still a very willing participant in trying to make things work?
Oh, you're going to go to court and tell them I'm still willing.
Yes. I'm not gonna miss any court date. I'm
Yo,
gonna be there crying and on my bloody
Wow.
knees.
All
Even
right,
if
Yo.
I've fallen,
can we
even if I've
respond?
fallen out of love, the mere fact that I have
Miss
signed and
Kanya,
says we are
can I
getting
respond?
married. Respond, masculinity.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not gonna be here for too long. Yeah, I hear you, Miss Kanya. Okay, I have to be honest here. With all due respect, Miss Kanya, what you're saying is partly true. However, most of it is completely false. And I've spoken to a lot of women, and women like to do this, where you guys will say, this is why in the masculine community, one of the major rules is to never listen to women. Respectfully, we love women. Our mothers are women. We have sisters that are
But
women.
they love
However,
to
we
hate us.
understand women. Let me finish. We understand women that we also understand that, like, it's very important to not listen to women, because women will say one thing. Let me put it like this, né? What women say by mouth and what women do by actions are two completely different things. For example, a woman will say, "Oh, I'll stay with you. I'll never divorce. I don't believe in divorce. I'll stay with you even though you lose your job and you're broke and I'm the only provider in the household. I'll stay with you and I'll fix things with you." She'll say that by mouth, né? But when it actually happens by action, it actually literally happens. The guy that she fell in love with, who was a provider before, who was strong, masculine, and now all of a sudden he's lost his provision, he's lost his edge, he's lost the main reason why she got attracted to him, other than his personality, they'll quickly change. This is what you don't listen to women. With all due respect, I know what. Okay, this is gonna sound cocky, but we understand what women want. This whole thing of women sitting there
You understand
lying and
what
saying,
women
"Oh,
want.
I'll stay with a man even though he's broke." That's a lie. That's a lie. There's nothing. Let me be blunt here. There's nothing wrong, ladies, with saying, "Listen, I don't want a broke man. I'm not gonna stay if my man is broke." That
But
doesn't
their
make you look
mothers
like a
were
gold
broke,
digger.
but they kept them,
Be
right?
No, that's a lie. You didn't keep her. Are you with him right now? Is your man broke?
No. For me, I'm
Exactly.
lesbian. I'm
Exactly. Just
lesbian.
be quiet. Just be quiet, Willow. Let me land.
No.
The reality is, ladies,
No,
the
no. Don't
reality is
ask me
there's
to keep
nothing
quiet. I'm
wrong.
asking you. Your mother
No, I'm,
raised
I'm
you.
still talking, though. Okay,
No,
what's your
I'm
question? Go
asking
ahead.
you a question. Your
Yeah, go
mother,
ahead.
let's give an example, was broke, but she still raised you. But why do you have so much hate towards women as you are talking right now?
Wait, who said my mother was broke?
I'm just giving a question. It's just a question. I'm not.
No, you just said my mother was broke. And then you asked me a question like, did I tell you my
I'm
mother was
asking
broke?
a question. If your mother was broke but raised
Or
you,
if? Okay. I thought you just said, okay. Yeah, you're saying if my mother was broke and she raised me, and then what?
so like, how are you comfortable to talk about another woman, but you are saying you love women, but then you continue to say something, which is very funny.
Okay. I'm struggling to understand this question. But okay. I'll use my. You want me to use my personal life? Okay. I'll use myself as an example. My mother was not really broke. She was a qualified nurse. But my father he was making way more money than her. He was the predominant provider. If my father had lost his job at any point, or if he had lost his ability to provide at any point, she would have absolutely left him, rightfully so. And I would encourage her to leave him. That is the natural order. It's the man's job to provide and protect. It is the woman's job to not be a slut and whore and cook and clean. Right? So there's natural rules and regulations. Just because I point out those rules and regulations doesn't mean I hate women. Where if I sit here and I say that most men are
No,
lazy,
Based
no,
most
on
men,
your
no, no,
points, based
no,
on your
no,
points,
no, no.
then I guess
yeah.
I'm clearly a man, because me now, when I met my husband, I was making way more than him. I had a lot more assets than he did. But because of the person that he was, I was with him because of that. It had nothing to do with what
Okay,
he
can I
was
ask you?
no, listen. It had nothing to do with what
So
he was providing for me on a financial level.
yeah.
He only started making more than me after we had gotten married.
No, I
So
understand. I
I
understand.
don't
So
understand where you're
when you guys,
coming from,
I
honestly
mean, if you
speaking,
okay,
because I'm
so
not done.
currently,
I'm
if you
still making my points.
no,
The
no,
thing
but I
is,
have to ask you. I don't
you
want to
hate
forget,
being
Why I was
Kanya.
asked.
interjected.
I don't want to forget. I don't want to forget. Just bear with me here. I'm trying to understand your perspective here. So, in your relationship, when you guys, let's say he takes you out on a date, or you guys go out or whatever to eat. Just one example. Who pays the bill? Is it you or him, or do you guys split it?
Well, there are days that I would pay the bill. There are days where he would pay the bill.
The majority of the time, Miss Kanya, who pays for the bill? Don't lie. Is it you
Both of
or
it
him,
was
or
a
is it
50
equal?
no, so it was a 50-50 situation.
He
You
just told
can't
you that she
force it
was
to be
making
what you
more.
want it to be. It was not that. It literally started off as a 50-50 situation. There would be times where he would come to me and say, my love, where I would want to do something, and he'd tell me, listen, baby, I don't have the money for that. And I'd say, listen, I'll spot it. Sometimes I wouldn't even wait for him to tell me he doesn't have the money for that. I would literally just pay for whatever date that we're going on, or whatever weekend trip that we're going on. And when he was fine, he could pay he could also pay his way. So it was a give and take situation. I wasn't in it to get his Minasa, I don't wanna lie to you. My father provided for me and provided for me well. I wasn't looking for somebody to replace my father. I was looking for a companion. So this thing of having men being the ones that are providing, yes, when my men started making more than me, he started being the majority provider of the household. But it wasn't
Yeah,
always
but
like
the whole
that.
point is, Kanya, if he
It
was to
wasn't
lose his
always like
job,
that.
if he was to lose his source of income, you would absolutely leave him. And don't sit here and try to argue with
Oh,
me with this.
hi,
You
masculinity,
were
but
with him
you
in
are
the
trying to
beginning.
drive a
No. You were with him
narrative.
in the
When
beginning.
I
He
No,
met
was
the way you
broke.
put it, masculinity
So if
sounds
it,
so personal to you
I
because
have personal experience that I cannot share here right now. I cannot share here right now. But one thing I will tell you is this: if you know women like you think you say you know, one thing you will also know is that if a woman decides to leave you, no matter how much you can provide, no matter how much money you think you have, she'll rather go sleep in a shack with some guy that makes her feel good. If a woman has decided to leave you,
exactly, and it's not like at the time when I met
like
my partner,
there's
thank
there
you.
were
nothing,
no
there's
suitors that
no.
were making bank
I
that could
mean,
afford to take me where I
and
want. He
I'm
was
saying this
there.
from personal experience that I can't share, but I'm just telling you that just understand that you might have some perspective based on some groups or demographics of women that you may have encountered, but also there are also groups of women that maybe the same level of ruthlessness of if she's broke, I'm leaving. But there are some people, some women that it has nothing to do with your money. If a woman decides to be ruthless towards you as a man, she will be. And I'm saying this cautiously
No, I
because
disagree.
I don't want
That's
to
not true, brother.
demonize. Hold on. I don't want to demonize women. So I'm saying this very cautiously. But I'm saying that in my own experience, I feel like there's a capacity for women to be more ruthless than guys when it comes to leaving relationships. And I've seen this in forums where men are discussing their challenges in marriage and things like that. So it usually is not just about people who can provide or who can provide. There's so much that men don't know about the female mindset. And I agree with you on that part that men really, yeah, we need to understand how to move around women, not necessarily totally understand women, because I don't think anyone can. Men also, it's not like we are also totally like demystified, but the idea is that women are not always just about finances. It's not just always about money. Sometimes a woman will leave you just because she's not feeling good that day, and that will be
Okay,
the end of
I
it.
disagree on that, brother. Let me tell you why I disagree. Let's use Miss Kanya as an example. Miss Kanya, unfortunately, we have to use your example here because you brought up your situation. So what actually happened in the situation is she met a guy, right, because she didn't really have many options as much as she says she does. That's a lie. So she ended up settling with a guy who made less money than her. And then luckily in her case, that guy was able to make more money. She settled with that. The only reason why she was with him is because she didn't have options. She's gonna lie and say she
No,
didn't
no,
have
no, no,
options.
no.
That's a
I
lie.
think
That's a
no,
lie.
no.
Women,
Masculinity.
hold on, ladies. No,
Wait. Who hurt
let,
you?
let
Actually,
me land.
listen,
You can't
listen,
No,
just
the
jump
question
in.
I would
masculinity, you
want.
are
No, wait.
right. Actually, you are right.
No,
None
but
of
ladies,
these
you can't just
options
jump
were,
in.
none of the
You can let
options
me
that were
finish, and then you
presented
can
to
come and disagree with me
none
after.
of the options that were presented to me were viable options. So yes, you are right when you say I didn't have options because I wanted
No, no,
this guy.
no,
Yeah.
you just did you didn't have options for the guys that you actually wanted. Like the guys that you wanted didn't want you back, so that's why you settled with him in the beginning.
Whoa.
And that's what happened with you.
Did I
And
want
then
you
that's what
back?
happened. And
Whoa.
I want to respond to Doctor. Yeah, the reality is, brother, you can sit here and sugarcoat this as much as you want to try and paint women as these angels, but the reality is, all women, and I'm willing to bet 99% of women, they will not date a bro who makes less money than them. And if they do, it's for a certain period. There's always a time clock. If a woman decides to date a guy who's broke or makes less money than him, she'll do it sharp. There's a lot of women who do it,
Who hurt
but they
this
always
guy?
do it
Like
with
for
a
real,
time
who hurt
clock.
him?
It might
Masculinity,
that time clock might be 3 months. That time clock might be 6 months. But eventually, if the guy does not level up,
Seriously, who hurt this
if
guy?
that guy does not start providing, then she will absolutely leave him. Her vagina will get dry. That is the reality. So this whole nonsense of women don't care about money, that's nonsense. Women do
Masculinity,
care
who
about
hurt
money.
you? Wait, who hurt you?
I
What do you
hate the
mean, who hurt
person
me?
who did this to you, Shem. This is
Yeah, who hurt
wrong.
you? Like,
This
this
is
is serious. This is
wrong.
damage. Right here.
Na masculinity lo muntu udinga
Well, what do you mean
ukujeziswa
who hurt me now?
source.
No,
But
who hurt
Udinga
you?
ukujeza loyo muntu okwenzeka nje because the fact that you don't believe that women can think independently with outside of the constraints that you have placed them in. Iyabonisela ukuthi
this
there's
is
some
not me.
women
This
who
is
do you
reality.
dirty.
No,
No, your
that's not
reality is not
reality,
my
my
reality,
boy.
sir.
That's not
Let me tell
reality,
you,
my
Not
boy.
reality
masculine.
You're talking
cannot
like
be
a
the
boy.
Yeah,
same.
This
these women are
isn't
Masculine,
delusional, man.
reality.
masculine. Can I tell you something, man? For me, a man providing for me was never the top of the list because guess what? I was providing for myself. Number one, it's nice. It was nice when my husband started
It doesn't
providing for
matter,
me, ne?
Kanya. It doesn't
But no,
matter.
let's shut up and listen for a change.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Keep
This
quiet
one
That's
and
what
is
I'm
a
listen
trying to
for
tell
a
boy.
you.
This
change.
one is
Keep
a
quiet
boy,
and
you
listen for a
guys.
change, ne? Let me tell you
Even if you
something.
can provide for yourself, Kanya,
Dated
even if you
men
can
who
provide for yourself, if
I
he
have
cannot
dated
provide for the
men with
household, you are going to leave him. That is the truth.
Yabonake,
There's no need
I've
to lie
dated
here.
men with your mindset and I've found them to be very unsufferable because you
Yeah,
think
that's
that
why
you're
you settled with
But
him.
what
being
you
fed.
see,
No,
I
I
warned
didn't
you. You
settle.
guys,
I
I had
chose
warned
to be
you.
with
I
him.
you were like, oh no, Willow. I sense this guy is not like, you know.
No, the thing for me, it's just men who think that their money can
No,
buy a
you know,
woman.
his ego is
I
so
can't.
egocentric. He feels like he's
No,
the
but the
center of
thing is, no,
everything.
the thing is, I
Like,
wanted to
and I
prove
was
to
trying to
Mass.
say,
No, the statistics even prove that Mass is speaking cock, because men are always loved, right? Women still like men from. If you a man and you've done a crime from prison, you can still be married. There are men in prison who are still married. There are men who committed crime who are still married and still have their family structures. Like men always get love. Like petrol attendants in my country who earn the minimum wage are still getting married, still have girlfriends, are still in partnership. There is no fear. Like this thing you're speaking of is false. In reality, broke men still date women. They still get
Yeah,
loved.
yeah. But
I
like some,
that there
like
are like broke,
yeah, yeah.
irresponsible men like that are being taken care of by their women and proudly so. See, I feel like I don't I and I never sugarcoated, and this is I'm
actually,
just
somebody
correcting something. I never
can you put yours out?
sugarcoated what women can do or are capable of. I'm not one of those people that think women are weak. Women are, less dangerous than men and things like that. I don't think
Are
that.
you speaking physically? Like when you say weak?
I'm not talking about just physically. I'm talking about like, just like in relationships. I know that
Yeah,
as much
but
as
they are weak.
men,
That's the
as
truth.
much as men
Women are
can,
weak.
please let me finish what I'm saying.
Ooh.
As men, as much as men can
You
be,
can call me
you
weak for
know,
my hubby any
Oh,
day, sir.
you
You can
know,
call me
one
weak
thing
for
this
my
guy is
hubby any
proving.
day,
I'm
and
glad I
guys,
there's no
don't date
issues with
men.
that.
I'm
I'm
not going to
glad.
finish whatever I'm saying, guys.
Oh,
Just
sorry.
chill. So
Sorry,
what?
I just wanted to put it out there to say it's not an insult if you're calling me weak for my man. He's my man. Who else must I be weak for?
I'm glad I don't date men like
No, I
this
was
one.
speaking in physically
Oh,
speaking. Women are weaker
I
than
feel
men,
no. I
physically
feel
speaking.
for his sisters and mother and cousins, grandmother.
Bro, this
Wow.
is the problem with this feminist stuff, man. Like, you guys are so brainwashed. Like, okay, with all due respect, women don't know their place. Like, like I said, I love women, but you girls, you guys are the
No,
perfect
no, you
example. You
don't.
don't know
You
your
don't.
place.
No,
You don't.
you don't know your place.
No,
You
you
are the
don't know
one
your
who.
place.
Actually, you are speaking nothing right now. Put respect on women and don't sit around. A
I
woman
didn't
just
say I
like
don't
you.
respect women.
No, the way you are like
But you
downgrading
don't.
women is so
Listen,
funny.
you don't respect even anyone. It's not about women. I spoke to you here.
Yeah, I
I
think he
spoke
has
to
no
you here,
respect. He's full of
and
himself.
you decided that for some reason you know better. You don't even know me, and I don't know you either, so I don't really care for your opinion, anyways. But my point here is this: that in every relationship, in every situation, any reasonable human being knows that both men and women can cause harm, and that's even what the topic of the whole thing. That's what attracted me to the live is how do men deal with being abused in their relationships. You're talking about like women discarding men when we talk about financial challenges, emotional challenges, and things like that, and it's real. Women do that to men. How do men deal with that? How do men work through that? It's real. It happens to men. And it's not just, of course, there are people that it's because of the finances that their partners discarded them, and it's something that men need to talk about. But like just summing up, all of life
Yeah,
to
but
just
there's no
money,
need to talk about it, Doug.
to just
It's
money.
nature. Like, why are you saying we need to talk about it?
Why do you need to not talk about it?
Like, why should we talk? It's nature. Women should not be dating men who are broke. If their man becomes broke, she has the right to leave. There's nothing to talk about that. That's the right way. She should absolutely leave him.
Who
Yeah,
hurt this guy?
that's what you think, and it's okay if that's
No,
what you
it's not
think.
what I think. It's a
I mean,
fact.
it's what you think, and I think I don't know which nature you're talking about, because
Okay, let me ask you, brother.
nature disagrees with what you're saying. In
No,
the
it actually agrees
in
with
the
it.
wild, the female lion hunts more than the male lion. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, she hunts,
Which nature
but
are
the
you
male
talking
is
about?
the okay. But when the
Even in
hunt
the
is killed,
Bible, even let me even use the Bible as
doctor,
an
let's use the
example.
lion
The
example.
Proverbs 31 woman was a wealthy woman that was taking care of her household. So I don't know where you get these ideas,
Bro,
but
you're
I
all
don't
over the
see
place,
which
brother.
nature you're talking about. Is it the nature of the forest, like the lions?
Okay,
I just gave you an
I wanna ask
example.
you now.
Doc,
I wanna ask a question, yeah,
doctor,
just
I
just
Yeah.
so I
think,
can understand the
certain
mentality.
people, you know what?
So
One thing,
doctor,
wait,
speaking for yourself,
wait,
do you believe
wait.
do you believe that
One
men
thing
and
I've
women are
come to
equal
learn is
in a
when people
relationship?
speak like this, it's coming from a place of hate.
Do you believe they are equal?
There's some historical
You
part of
believe
Hold
that? No,
on.
I don't even
masculinity.
need to ask you. You already say from what you say that men and women are
Yeah.
not equal. So it's okay. I
I
No, I'm
think
agree
it's
asking
with you on
coming
you.
that
from
Do you
matter.
home.
do you
The
believe that
core
they're
is
equal?
close.
We are equal as humans.
No, wait.
Humans. We
No,
are
no.
No,
In a
no.
equal.
The
relationship,
core is
In
in
coming
a
a
in one
relationship, are we
relationship,
person.
equal?
listen,
I
listen. If
understand
you
him.
want an answer, let me give you an answer. Here's the thing. In every relationship, you cannot both be doing everything at the same time together. Each of you have things you need to do to make the relationship work. And that's how any sensible human being should think.
Give me an example.
One of you will probably be more competent at one thing than the other. It's only sensible that you recognize where each of you are competent and you let the other person lead wherever they are competent. My problem with relationships is where your partner doesn't recognize your competence, and because of some of these rigid ideas, they undermine and sabotage the success of your relationship by being stubborn and being silly. So there are women who do that in their relationships where they know they are with a competent partner, but their pride and ego will not allow them take the leadership of that person. And there are also men that do that as well, who out of their
Okay.
pride and
No, I hear
ignorance
you.
will not allow anyone else take the lead on things. So
Yeah.
that to
Let
me
me
is
refine the
stupidity.
question, brother,
But after
because I want to
hearing
make
this,
sure that I understand.
after
Yeah?
before you proceed, Nasrin, yes,
Just hold on, Kanya.
before you
Just hold on,
proceed,
because
I feel like
No,
I
but Kanya, you
know there's
just
something that you mentioned that I would really want to
no,
stress
no, Kanya. I'm trying
with.
to respond to the brother here. Just a second. Just let us finish, and then we'll let you speak. So I just want to understand clearly, ne? So let me give you an example. Within the confinements of a relationship, boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, whose job is it to cook and clean in the household? Is it the man's job or the woman's job? Because I
When
want to understand.
when you are hungry, let me answer you with a question. When you are hungry, like you're hungry and you're starving, are you going to rely on someone else's competence to ensure your survival?
I think, you know,
No, answer the question. If
I'm
you are
asking in
starving,
general here.
answer the question. If you're starving right now, will you
Yeah.
rely on someone else's competence for your
Okay.
survival?
If I'm single, then I'm gonna cook for myself. But if I have a woman, I'm not gonna cook because it's her job, in my belief. So I'm asking
Yeah, so
you,
your survival
do you,
depends on that, on a woman's
no,
competence.
I'm
That's what
asking.
it means.
You
It means your
hold on, bro. You
survival
you can't you can't ask
depends
a question
on
with a
a
question. I
woman's
asked you a
competence. That's
question,
what it means. It
doctor.
means
Don't
no,
be
essentially
disingenuous.
that's what that basically it
Don't
means
be
your survival.
disingenuous.
No, it
I
just
asked you
means
a
that.
question. You asked me a question. I'm
And
asking
it's
you a
your
question.
see, it's
Simple.
your loss anyways, because the truth is this. It's your loss because you are putting
How's it my loss?
one of your most sensitive, the most sensitive part of your life. You're putting it in the hands of someone that you think is beneath you. That's a very dangerous way to live. Because one day
No,
that woman will
I
poison
just
you.
simply asked you
That
whose job
person
is it to
is
cook
going
in
to
the house?
poison you.
Is it the man's job to cook or is it the woman's job to cook? In your belief.
I answered you. A hungry person knows how to take care of themselves. Even
That's
I've,
not the answer.
I've
Okay, it's fine. Kanya,
as
you can
humans,
speak. No,
cavemen knew that
no,
they
it's fine,
should
doctor.
eat.
If you don't want to answer the question, it's fine. We're not gonna go back and forth on this. It's a very
Yeah,
simple
yeah,
question.
we don't need to go back and
Let's let
forth.
Kanya speak.
I just
Kanya,
know
you have
that your
something to say? Go
survival
ahead.
depends on someone else. It's as simple as that.
At first, when you said the reason why I was with my husband was because I didn't have options, I disagreed with you. But the more you speak, the more you remind me of what was being offered to me, really. And I realized that a lot of my options were men with your mindset, which makes it correct to say, but if it's men with your mindset that were my options, then I really didn't have options. You're right. You're right. Actually, no, I never had options, Shame. If the
That's
options
what
were
I'm
for
saying.
men with the mentality that you have, sir, and a lot of them did have your mentality, really. They thought their money was everything, their money was king, their money was priority and everything. But in reality, for me, because of the way I was raised, I was already provided for. I have never had to lack for me to understand the concept of needing of dating for money. For me, it was all about companionship, love, and mutual respect. So that is why I settled for the person with what I wanted, as opposed to somebody with what they thought I wanted. But yeah, as people, different strokes for different folks. I'm
Yeah,
just
I wouldn't say
like to
it's
say you
about
are
dating for
right. I
money.
didn't have options, Shane. Anyway,
Yeah. No, it's not about dating for money
no,
when I Kanya, no?
lalela
That's
bhuti,
not what it's about, no? The
andizutsho
reality
ngathi
is
that umuntu ezawundiprovidela kanti yintoni le ngake ndinganayo that I need provision from another person with for. Hayi
okay.
suka.
Let's talk about this provision thing because every time I say provision, women tend to think that I'm speaking about the man paying you money and providing for you wholeheartedly. That's not what I'm talking about.
Provide
I'm simply
emotional
talking.
support. Provide.
I'm simply talking about. It is the man's job to provide the household needs, the groceries, the basic needs, the children's school fees, the children's medical aid. That is a man's job. And if that man is incapable of doing his job of providing and protecting, by the way, that's our other job, then effectively what happens is that your vagina becomes dry biologically, naturally. You don't know this by mouth, but instinctively you are going to lose attraction for him. That is the truth for all women, not just you. You're not special, you're not different. And the reason why I said as much as you say, oh, okay, these guys are not my, I didn't have options. It's like you didn't qualify for the type of man that thinks like myself. Like I'm using myself as an example because
Yeah, see,
you don't.
sound.
It's not that you didn't want the guy. is that you didn't qualify for him. That's why you settled with a guy, that made less money for you, and that is the truth. Now, I don't want to make this about you. I'm speaking in general. Generally speaking, most women would prefer a man who's capable, a man who's intelligent, a man who's slightly older, who's financially stable, who has the ability to provide for her and her children and their children and their family. And if the man is not able to do that, she's going to leave him. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, your brain has a strong dislike for you and you don't even realize it. But guesses out in. It's okay. If that's what you assume, sir, then you know what? Please, by all means, keep educating those who want to be educated by you. But at the end of the day, you need to remember that
Yeah,
as a
I
people,
don't
we're not
assume I
into
know,
the
sis.
same things. Pardon?
That's fine. We can
Let me
agree to
just
disagree.
say,
It's fine.
No, we can't. No, really. This
guys,
thing of I can't qualify, I would die if I had to qualify to date you. Because that means
Yeah,
I'm
no, you, you,
failing
you don't
somewhere.
qualify for a man like myself, respectfully. I'm not trying to be
Exactly.
cocky.
That would mean I'm
You qua-
failing
you
somewhere.
qualify for a bro that the guy that you're dating, and that's fine. It's fine. Let's leave it like that. Let's not try and have a back and
And
forth here, because
yeah, that
women are
shows
very
can I
you that
please
delusional,
I'm
come
man.
in?
Like,
doing something right.
I
Let's
think someone wants to
Can
welcome
I
talk here,
please
Busy
come
Kanya.
in?
and Malumsia to the panel.
Can I please come in, guys? Please, can I please just interject today?
Please come through.
Yeah. You know what? I'm glad that there are ladies like Kanya, ne? Because honestly speaking, Oban, I don't know who was speaking. I think it's Mr. Ancient. Magati, obviously a man has to do this, provide and be able to have medical aid. Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah. A man must be able to provide school fees and all of those things. Otherwise, if a man doesn't is lacking there, and then the pussy automatically is gonna be dry. But it's not true, man. Most of the ladies today grew up without a father. Hence you find that they find it very easy to speak bad and be, hey, men are trash, men are dogs. They find it easy to say that because they still have that anger towards their father. And then there are ladies who were fortunate enough to have been raised by their fathers. Those type of ladies, they're not looking for a provider, let's say financially, or looking for material things, because already they grew up with those. You know, all they're looking for is a partner. Yeah, as Kanya said, mutual love and respect. That's all. And push life together. So there are people like Kanya, and ababheki ukuthi how much is in your pocket, the type of job you do, and all those stuff. Yeah, ngiyabonga.
Hey, ngibingelele. Um,
Well, thank you, Biggie, for looking at it from a positive light. But hey, again, there are men here on the panel like you're masculine who will believe that it's because I don't qualify. Anyway, Valumsia, ubusathu ya Paula baba.
ukuphawula nje ngithi cefe cefe kancane.
Hayi, sasizwe baba ukuthi uthini.
Ngifika nje kodwa obvious ngiyazi ukuthi abafazi ba wrong. No matter what, but ngingazwanga kahle, but one thing that I view especially on
Hayi
the
ke ayikho into engisangayizwa kuwe njengoba usuvele wayivula kabi-ke. Kodwa
yeah,
qhubeka uphawule bakhona abazokuza. Bengiyimisele impela ukuthi ngulalele kodwa hhayi ke qhubeka baba.
angisho khanya mina sengagraduate from ubutsia to malumsia. Mara kule graduation ceremony bebaqinisa lento ngiyo yazi, but anyway. Um, I genuinely believe that people get into relationships with it's effortless these days. In a sense, I always advocate for background checks. In a sense, I think instead of finding out what colors people like, what drinks they like, what they do on weekends, I think we ought to start at who are you? And a lot of people that I've had this conversation with, I've said to them, I've challenged them to say, but can you write down who you are can you write it down instead of speak it? You know, and then I learned this through someone who said the first statement you could ever do is write down when you're asked who you are, I am, and then you give your names. That is an affirmative thing that this is who you are. Secondly, what is it that you want and how do you want to get there? So, why am I saying all of these things? I basically believe that should a relationship start out in that kind of a way, you probably wouldn't have the mentality of one must be a provider, and if provided for, either they will get the sexual organ, regardless of male or female. I think that approach or those kind of approach would realign our relationships from, op the builders or men must provide to more of a direction. Of course, we might have intentions. However, no, we have intentions. However, our intentions might not come to fruit. But we were always taught at school, if you went to school, maybe in a Model C, I don't know. But anyway, you would know that if you wanted to pass at least with 100%, you'd have to aim for 110. So I think in relationships, if we then say to ourselves, I am looking for a companion, not a father figure. I am looking for a wife, not a girlfriend. You would date with that intention. Your intentions might not be misunderstood. And last but not least, before I say too much, let me emphasize and continue to stress on this platform. Words can destroy the Great Wall of China. It's as simple as push it over. So I'm saying to you, if my word, I love you, or my word, I'm going to provide for you, or my word, I am a father of this child, it must mean something to the other person, not to people around you. We don't need in our relationship to get approval from nobody. Not from social media that comes up with new standards of this is what it is to be a father. This is what, as long as when you utter, you're the father of my children, you know, I also know what you hope to see in intentions. So if it quantifies you for me to be a deadbeat, let that be. And you will say, well, you are the father of the children. But if I say that you are the mother of my children, and I allow you to raise them on your own, and that quantifies me as a father, then so be it. But it's important that when you get into a relationship, even if it's just talking, you ought to understand when this person says that this is who I am, this is what this word means to me. I think in that direction and in that submission, we are going somewhere as a new society that we are trying to build.
Okay, can I ask some poet? So
Away
sorry
from
for
away from
Kaulane. because I don't know, maybe I think I'm not dog. I'm just a bit direct, yeah, because I'm listening to what you're saying, but it's not really direct enough. So I want to ask, what does a man bring to a woman? Okay, what is a man supposed to bring to a woman, and what is a woman supposed to bring to a man?
In my
My
it's
city, for the relationship to work, you know.
for the relationship to work. I think the first and foremost thing, something that we both have common is time. Yeah, I'm gonna stick to things I value. Time is decent communication. Like when I say decent communication, my guy, I mean we must make sure that there are no strong words used. That's what I'm trying to say to you. So I wouldn't say that um there there must be you must bring a house, a car, or anything. Of course, those things do help a relationship. However, I think we need to come with who we are and what we have. And that is the basis of what I'd say. And I'd always say honesty as well. You need to be, as a person, whether female or male, be honest to who you are, what you are. I think that is, for me, masculine.
Yeah, I think everything you just said is absolutely true. However, the things you mentioned are just like the
Acknowledge the new panelist. Tony, you just joined. Hi, Tony.
Hi, Mama. How are you?
I'm alright. Thanks, and yourself.
I'm good.
I see you've been muting and unmuting your mic, wanting to chip in somewhere. Please,
Yeah.
what do you think?
What I think, I'm not going to offend or anything, but I think Bandumbatani.
I will take no offense here on this panel.
Okay.
We don't know each other from a bar of soap, so no offense shall be taken tonight.
Okay. Yeah. I think Nemandumbatani. Nesabi challenge kahle kahle. Once you tasted a cheese, you don't wanna let go. Ngizama kuthina amagama Ndombatani once yathola i-outlay le right lene mali ayisacabanga ukuthi what is plan B for me, icabanga ukuthi who's next, ukuthi ngithola kubani le cheese. Akacabanga ukuthi athi ngithole emjida longana lutho sebenze sipush impilo siye phambili, but nina nicabanga ini, ngicabanga who's next. Obuka ukuthi imali engambhidla sibhidlane sibe nento yethu soyi-two. Instead ngibona Tony gcoba ama-covers ethi angifuni Tony mina, ngifuna umuntu osone-AMG. Okucabanga ukuthi there was someone before lo muntu abalapha lo bhidle naye lo matiyo ukuthi ngavele ngithi ngimdemolishe fast, but nine nifuna lokuthi so well established, so grand, sengimagudzumela. So nawe uyafika uyabhreka, ngikazi ngabona icherry ithi yona inatha i-brutal fruit. Nonke natha ama-estropes, natha ama-VSOP.
Tony, wathi ngubugame lapho bhuti wami. Angazi ujola nabo bani, angiyazi demographic yakho ukuthi ingakephi and all of that stuff, ne?
Yeah.
Kodwa, please don't walk around painting all of us with the same brush. Mina, I'm not part of that demographic.
Kanya. He didn't say all. He did not say all. He was speaking in general.
For fuck's sakes,
He is speaking in general, Kanya.
will you allow me to finish? I know I'm
No,
not.
but you like doing this thing. Everything that we say, you take it, you put it on you. It's not about you. We're not talking about you. But he's speaking in general. He's not saying all. He's saying most. So let him finish his point, and then you can come in. Don't just jump in, Jay.
I wasn't rebuttaling to you. Kodwa njengoba ngisasho Tony ngokukhulu ukuzithoba baba, ne? I think inkinga nawe mhlawumbe kumele ubuke nawe le ntombi ozijolayo mhlawumbe yizona ezingayisizo. And the fact that you keep finding yourself with the same person over and over again means you're not broadening your horizon. Yiyo lento engiyibonayo mina. Means you're not widening your net. Yiyo lento engiyibonayo mina lakho. in terms of all of this, I think the person opawule ngamuzwa kahle, and I resonate with submission yake was uPutsiya ukuthi as people we've gone through our own different struggles, we've gone through our own different issues, we've seen a lot of different things in life. So what you might need out of a relationship won't necessarily be what I need out of a relationship, regardless of the fact that maybe sonke silengisile phambili noma silengisanga phambili.
Yeah,
You understand?
yeah.
So we can both be ukhona omunye umuntu okhule kanzima mhlawumbe wabona ukuthi yabona in-meal ticket yami yindoda i-10 bese kube khona umuntu ongakhulanga kanzima as uButsiya mentioned earlier umalumsiya kambe yeah mentioned ongazidingi zonke lezo
Madam
zinto.
Sis Kaya, I didn't say you all. Yabona. Ngisho some.
Okay. Okay. Ngiyabonga baba ngokucacisa lapho. Mina ngiye ngayizwa ngathi so silahlela sonke ngoba uthe you
That is
women
why
ngavele
ngisteng
ngabona
wakhe.
ukuthi
Just
That
mute your
is why
mic,
ngisteng
Kanya. Just mute your
wakhe.
mic.
nalokuthi oh shut up masculine. So
Ngisteng wakhe.
and angikukhuza futhi masculine tu.
Okay.
yini kanti nilelani
Yazi
nomasculine
nami ngifuna ukuya lapho khanya no masculine. Hey,
niyafunana yini kanya
indaba yini. But anyway, let me just
Lana.
can I just finish up no masculine? If you don't mind.
Okay. No, no, you
Thank
can
you,
finish up,
moderator.
but guys, please do expect that abanye abantu bazophawula as well. We are not here to just listen to the two
Of
of
course.
you. Hey?
Of
Nathi
course.
siyafisa ukuphawula, nathi siyazizwa izinto esingavumelani nazo, sinazi izinto esivumelana nazo. So bear that in mind as well.
Of
Don't
course.
take it as a personal attack. Mase ngithi ngiyaphawula.
Ka. Masculine.
Yeah, so benikubuza mfethu. Okay, let me rephrase the question. What does a man want from a woman that he wants to marry, and what does a woman want from a man that she wants to marry? Just name the major ones. Okay, before you answer it, we understand that they want loyalty, respect, love, and all these basic, the things that you mentioned earlier on. Those are just the basic things. I'm talking about the major things, like if you can just name just one or two things that a man wants from a woman that he wants to marry, and two major things that a woman wants from a man that she wants to marry.
It will be different from person to person. Hold on. It will be different from a person to person. I think for me, this is just me. The major thing is a child. The greatest accomplishment will be a child. So if then the material parts come, whether it was stability in the form of we know where we go home, we know where home is after work, or we know where home is during family gatherings or whatever the case may be. We want, I think, as a South African nation, one of the biggest roots we have is having a space where we can constantly be together. Hence,
what you're saying is true. So sorry, what you're saying is true, but you're speaking about the after. I'm asking from a perspective of before you even date the girl, what does she need to have for you to even consider her as a wife? Before the relationship.
Right. So for me,
Yeah.
I think one of the most important thing is going to be education. You must be educated. This is now me before a relationship or whatever the case may be. A relationship. I'm not looking for a girl to gain anything financially. No. When it comes to finances, no. For me, simple. It is not a major thing if you don't have money or your background has no involvement of money. Not because I have money or I don't have money. I'm not speaking from a point of privilege. I'm just speaking and being straight up. Money to me doesn't play a single role in my relationship. Maybe 3 years later, we can now start determining who has a better credit score. How can we get things sorted? I do not tie myself to a relationship and involve money within the first 3 years. I've said it before on this platform. I still say it again. There's no reason for me under the age of 35 to be giving girls money. Period.
So Maz,
I got you, bro.
I'm sorry to jump on to answer your
So
question.
that
For my
can
parents,
we have
for
Tony?
my sorry, Kanya. For my parents, it was respect. Like that's the thing. Before they got married, like looking at how my parents were with each other, they had the big respect for each other. Like my mom respected my dad respected my mom. It was just respect. That was the core thing that kept them together. Not money,
Okay,
not
okay.
status, respect.
Okay, Tony wanted to say something. Tony?
Yes.
Yes, you wanted to say something.
Yeah. I think ukuthi nasengikhulumela amajita. Thina amajita sifuna jelo toba submissive. Lo muntu khona ukuthi ngithi boost i-ego ngayo. Ngibe proud ngaye. In other ways ngifuna jelo church goer or not church goer. Muntu lo believela twesondo. Muntu lo will offer something to help nje endlini. For instance, maybe akasebenzi akaqasheki uyazama uyenda something ukuthi abe nemali angiside nami na ukuthi mina ngiyasebenza nakusebenza mina. Cherry lo hloniphayo nje asho sesi la. Yeah. Sethina machita sifuna inhlonipho man. Sifuna inhlonipho man. Nakuthi yena unathele ekhaya. Kuthi noma ngicocela amajita athi madoda cherry 1 2 3 4 5 ngiloko because once cherry waba ngochero groovana i-ego yethu asisakhona ukubreaka ngayo ukuthi mina mfati wami sesiba namahloni that is why sesigcine sesicheat yangiloko lo ngifuna ukusho.
I know. I would say Tony. Yeah, Tony is the close. Well, he's actually correct. Unfortunately he's the only one who's correct. I think
Ambas.
Malume now he made some sense.
Hamba
But
wena.
the main thing with Malume, his side, he mentioned education, which is not really that's just cope. It's not really the truth for most men. And the reality is, okay, let me just answer this question, Ogwam. What men want from women, we want women abangazo fair. That's the number one thing. We don't want women who are whores. That's number one thing. Number two, we want a woman who's respectful, submissive. You know, that's all that men ask for. We want a woman who's not a whore, who's respectful, who's submissive, who can cook and clean, who doesn't drink alcohol, doesn't go out at night, who doesn't wear short skirts, who doesn't talk too much, who does what I tell her. That's what men want. Now, on the female side, what do women want from men? Women want a man who's strong, who's dominant, who's a leader, who's respected by other men in society,
How many men have
who's
you dated,
accomplished.
masculine?
Let me finish. Kanya, you need to stop being emotional. I understand you don't want me to talk, but just be quiet. You know, respect the panel, and then I'll let you speak. So women don't want. Stop being emotional. Stop being emotional, Kanya.
Ungalingi ungiphaphela ungazi ngaleyo ndlela.
No, but go papa yonje.
Yo,
Papa wena. Papa wena.
sundiqhela bhuti wami.
No. You're not gonna control the. You're not gonna control us here, Kanya.
Awuzungixelela nge-emotional.
This is why women like you. Okay. Let me not.
No,
go there.
please
Kanya,
go.
control yourself.
Have a go at it because I
Kanya,
know
I don't want to roast you. I don't want to come at you.
Insulted. No, I understand you
No.
don't know how to put across a point without being insulting. I do know.
No, but you're
that
being disrespectful.
being
You're
condescending
jumping in when I
is
talk.
your way of doing things.
Umalume, when he was talking, you didn't jump in. Tony, when he was talking, you didn't
Because
jump in. But for me, because I tell the truth that you don't like, that's when you jump in. Because you disagree with me, you jump in.
Truth that I don't like.
Okay, and that's why you settle. That's why you settle, Sheila. You don't qualify for a high value man. You're dating a low value man. You know and you're sitting here talking about. You don't qualify, and we're not going to tolerate your nonsense. Listen, I can tell. I can tell you are used to talking to your man, Ganja. I'm not your man, Nassis. I'm not the dog. So I live Mascaran job. I'm not the dog. I'm not the dog. Just because you sit there, you're abusing the Deako, you control the Deako, you're not going to sit here and control us.
And it the abusive Dijal.
Yeah, because he doesn't have an option, and he's a sim, Kagata. He doesn't have options. So It's
Isimpi
fine.
yami kaloku
Isimpi yakho
andiyivumi.
kakade. Mna ndosimpi
Okay,
yakho.
I'm gonna mute you
Utheni
guys.
Andosimpi yakho. Mayibe
kabuhlungu
clear on
ngesimpi
le.
yami.
I'm gonna
So
mute you
supapa.
both.
So xhoma supapa. Yabo so mfazi ndoda yakho ndoda yakho.
Okay, guys, I
I know ndoda
understand.
yakho. Let's
I
make that very clear.
understand. Come on, guys. You see, here's
Yeah.
what's happening
No,
now. That
sorry, I just had to put her in a place. She was talking
Ye
we
over me.
wena,
Go ahead.
hamba tshisa wena masculine mani. Put it
we're
in your
having an
place.
issue here. So here's
Madoda wenu.
here's the thing, né? In this exchange, here's what's going to happen. Kunoguti, masculine might now make another person that's watching this platform, another man, as he would say, I was led to talk without being, and I'm probably putting it in a sugar-coated way. Whereas he's saying that and he's calling out men that don't do that, right? He makes one man think in that man, in manner which maybe we should be more direct. However, we are not girls. It's also a point to listen to abantu abafana noKhanya. Are they willing to listen? And after listening, is there something they do? So it would be then in your back and forths. I wonder what people are learning, Kanya and masculine, because you are stating one way, she is stating one way. And one of the things you are saying, masculine, is that we are not being masculine when we are not talking like you. And when we talk like you, the woman will find it condescending, insulting. But you are saying, as a man, you're not a high value man if you don't say, "Angfuni, I need a submissive woman. I need a woman that is," and it's not that you're entirely incorrect. You are correct. At the end of the day, I don't know if looking at the woman's side, and the woman will say, Bazo Shuguti, when we speak in this manner, are they listening or not? And at the end of the day, as men, we need to speak as well to say, if we speak politely like Usia, do we get the results as Usia, or do the kind of masculine men are doing, do they get the results of what we are looking for? I don't know. It's a different
It's actually
question.
a very good question. A very good question this year. I'd argue there on that point that the moment you start, unfortunately, the moment you start being soft, especially these days, since women are so, money ego is cool, and unfortunately we don't have enough men. Like a lot of men are too soft, are too weak, they don't have backbones, and the moment you speak like sugarcoat stuff and be nice, effectively what happens is you keep them in the delusion. Now I'm a firm believer in being honest, regardless if the honest is painful. The truth hurts. That phrase is there for a reason, but the truth is the truth. And I think, in particular, because, Yazi, when I sit there and I tell men, I say, listen, most of our black South African men, they are idiots. Most of our black South African men, they are lazy. Most of the black South African men, they are incompetent, they are fat, they are incapable of providing. They sit there, they view themselves as equal. When I tell men this stuff, and I criticize men. Men can handle the criticism. They take it. Oh, okay, yeah, it's true. Yeah, okay, sharp. Most guys don't get angry. They see the criticism. They take it. But the moment you criticize women, this is what I've noticed, and I've been on a bunch of these lives. In fact, I've been on a couple of these TikTok lives. The moment you even in real life, actually, it's exactly like this. The moment you criticize women on anything, then they jump, they go crazy, they say stupid stuff like, oh, who hurt you, and all this dumb stuff that has nothing to do with the topic. What I've realized is like women can't handle criticism. They are happy to criticize men, but they can't handle. So in other words, they want us to believe that they are perfect, when in reality, women do some very stupid stuff. Women make dumb decisions all the time. Most black South African women are fat. Most black South African women are hoes. They drink alcohol. Most black South African women, they can't keep a man. They date this guy, break up. They did another man, break up. Did another man, break up. And that is the truth. So when I say it, you get women like Ukanya jumping all over the place, in behalf, because they don't like hearing the truth. And we are going to continue to speak the truth. We're not going to be silenced. We're not going to listen to women. So yeah, that's
But,
how.
but
Yeah, go ahead.
masculine, you conflate opinion with truth. You say these things without stats, without analysis. These are not facts. Your opinion that all South African women are fat, you have not proved it. There's no stat, because
I didn't
also
say all. I said
you were
most.
saying said right now. If you repeat
I
this
said
live,
most.
you have said many
Don't
things as
misquote me.
fact.
Don't misquote me. I said most. I said most South African, black South African women
And
are fat.
also that you
That's a
cannot
fact.
prove, you have not given us a statistic. How is it most? Where's the analysis that this is
There's
most?
literally statistics. This is a statistic of fact. You
Then
can
prove,
Google
you can't
it.
even prove
Most
nothing,
black South
Rufus.
African, you Google it. Google it. Most black South African women, they weigh
The burden
well
of
over
proof
100
relies on
kilograms.
you. The burden of
What?
proof relies on you to prove masculine.
To prove? Listen, I don't need to prove that the sky is blue, sis. Just because you are uninformed, that's not my problem.
Even that needed to be
That's not my
proved. You
problem.
know, people were arrested.
Everything. No, we don't need to prove that. See, that's the problem with women. Now you want me to prove that the sky is blue? That's
No,
nonsense.
because the thing is, right? Black people are white people for women. You black men know what racism feels like against white people. You know the same rhetoric you're saying. There are
Bro, what
white
does that have to
people
do
who
with the topic
believe.
now? We're not talking
No,
about race
it
here.
has
We're
everything to
not
do
talking
with the
about race
topic.
here.
It
We are
has
talking about the fact
everything.
that black
It's
women are fat.
connected. It is connected. Read Steve Biko, I write what I like. He draws the comparison. You cannot divide and exclude all these isms. What you suffer as a black man, what I suffer as a woman, there are so many connections. We can actually relate on all of these things. But through your language, you've been creating divisions.
Okay, but
Okay, Malume, now, you see, when
one
women
thing that
talk, man, they
Mina
don't make any sense. Yeah,
to
am I
speak
Malume,
speaking?
go ahead, bro.
to
Yeah.
speak to your point, Butsi,
Okay, yeah.
to your point, I believe what you said is very true, sir, and also approach matters. You can go shouting through the hills that when you're a masculine man, you're a leader, kwasha, kwacima. But that doesn't actually make you one. And I will use the two of you at the bottom of this panel as an example. If you noticed how when Sia speaks, people want to listen. Because why? He's not running around shouting that he's a man and he's great and he's what. And it's not that he speaks lies. There are times where he says things that I strongly disagree with, but because of his mannerisms and the way he will approach a topic, it will make me want to sit up and listen. And it leaves me wondering how you call yourself a man, a leader, when you can't even command people to listen to you without being condescending, without going below the belt, without all of that. And the fact that it's so difficult for you to get your point across in a respectful manner leaves me questioning this supposed manhood that you're barking about. But anyway, that's, again, you can bark all you like about being a man and being a leader, being what. But to me, it just says it's a little boy screaming to be heard, really. It's not a grown man that's behaving like this. Ain't no way. And the fact that you're able to call out all sorts of men, pulling out the specks in other people's eyes, yet you can't even see the log in your own. That's crazy to me. But anyway, I don't expect you to see it because yazin uvalekile, uphandlekile, putwam, and that's okay. And if you feel like you have to be disrespectful to get your point across, or you have to be condescending, to me, I don't take offense. To me, that just says that there's some deeper issues that you're not wanting to work on as a grown man on a panel. And yes, it is harmful for people to have to listen to the back and forth. But again, Mina, I won't speak in a disrespectful manner to a person that is respectful towards me. But if you
You
choose to
already
be
did. But it's
disrespectful
fine, Miss
towards
Kanya.
me, if you choose to be
Kanya,
respectful
let's move on
towards
now.
me, and if you are respectful towards me, I will definitely extend the same grace to you. But if you fail to be respectful towards me, trust me, you will never see the respectful side of me, regardless of who you think you are in your spaces, regardless of what you think you are, really.
Okay, so are you going to apologize, Kanya? Because you were the one who's not respectful. You're the one who cut me off in the beginning. That's why I had to put you in your place.
Put
So
me
if
in
you
my
apologize, then
place.
we can fix things.
Put me in my place.
Yeah,
Excuse
I
me,
had to. You
sir.
made me put you in your place. I didn't
Hell,
want to do that,
man.
but you made me do that.
I
But you
get
cut me off in the
that.
beginning. So if you apologize,
Akondwenza
then we can.
ixolisela apho. I don't even want to
Oh, okay,
mention
because you have
issue.
high egos. Okay, that's fine.
Well,
Then let's
if you
keep it
call
pushing.
it,
If you don't want to apologize, there's no need
if
to
you
talk about
view
it.
it as an ego, you are more than welcome, sir. Like
You do
that's
have high
you.
egos. You do have high egos. That's why you don't
Well,
qualify for
then
strong
deal
men.
with it. It's the new world, sir.
I don't need to
Okay,
deal with you. I
let's
don't know you.
let's palm wine,
I
guys.
don't even know you. What do you mean deal with it?
Palm
Let other
wine
people
just
speak,
came up.
Kanye. We don't want to hear your
And
vent here.
then,
Palm wine, but I think Big also wants to speak. So can we just acknowledge palm wine?
Hi.
yes, let's acknowledge palm wine for now.
Hi. I think I thought by now I would have, caught up with the conversation, but I guess you guys have been arguing a lot, so I haven't really gotten the gist of what you guys are talking about. I can see the topic, but I can tell that by the sound of things you guys had moved on from the topic. So
Not necessarily moved on palm wine, we just off ramped. It was a minor technical glitch. Kudlulile. What's in the past is in the past. But you joined the panel for a reason. So do tell us, what is it on this, the speaking to the prompts that are on the board, what is it that spoke to you that you felt, I need to put my point across?
yeah, firstly, I think the second point, do you think women are honest with each other about their relationships, or they cover up their relationships? I think yeah, I think with women, it's a very sad situation there, because I feel like women always lie to each other, and women always tend to advise each other in a very, very, very wrong manner. So that is my take on that.
Do you think there's a root cause to all of this?
Uh, Not necessarily, because I think women come from different perspectives when it comes to advice, but sometimes it's personal experiences. Mundo experience something from somewhere, and then they'll go and advise their friends, on the very same thing that they experienced, and it's not always applicable. The fact that it happened to you doesn't mean it's going to happen to the next person. Sometimes it's envy. Women tend to be jealous of each other. So I've seen a lot of women, being in a very good relationship. However, they would go and ask for advice from friends, and the friends would. I don't know if it's deliberate, but then you find that oftentimes women give each other advice that sort of takes away the good relationship. I feel like
Yeah, it's called terrible advice. They give
I
each other
feel like
terrible advice.
I feel like women don't like being miserable alone. They always like recruiting other people, whereas in contrast, I've noticed that men tend to tell each other, "Hey, look, man, I've been through this. Don't do it." You know. So yeah,
Look, I'll agree with you to a certain degree, but I don't think it's just a woman thing, right? I think men also find themselves in the predicament whereby, because I've also had a few male friends that I've spoken to about that would confide in me about their relationships and stuff. Nah. But there's certain traits that you will pick up to say, okay, but these are toxic traits. But you'll find somebody speaking about them as if it's something that's going to be reversible with time or whatnot. But you can clearly see that this is like ingrained. And when it comes to women opening up about their relationships, for me as a woman, I'll say it's not always easy to go. If you're a person that doesn't rely on other people's advice to make your life decisions, right? It's not easy to go and open up fully to your friend to say, listen, this is what I'm dealing with in my relationship, this is what I'm seeing, because again, a relationship, I believe, is between two people,
see, the thing is
right?
this, right? Yeah, I get you. The thing is this, right? Oftentimes, firstly, what I'd say to you, Kanya, is I wouldn't really trust the kind of information that a guy would give you as a woman when he confides, because it's often not genuine. I would I would be more likely to listen and hear what the guy says to me as another guy than to take the information that a guy has told you as a woman, and take it as genuine and authentic, because it's mostly a lie. When a guy confides in you, there's usually ulterior motives, mostly. Not all the time, but mostly. So I wouldn't take that secondary information from you, but I would take it from a guy if he says it to me directly as a guy, because there's no incentive. He just most likely has to be honest.
Well, as a brother
and
guy, I
and
can't honestly argue with
and
you and say that's not true because, again, I
and
don't know what it's like from a man's perspective. But yeah,
in
Butsia,
in addition to what Upam is saying, Upam lento ekhulumayo cishe iyiyo. Usually when as guys we speak to women or maybe our mothers, we've already made decisions about we're just there to, try and come up with an excuse to continue doing what we want to do as looking for advice. But I want to speak on something that Tony said. And I think also it's a personal observation because Upam also just said something similar. Women women do not know what to do with the man they prayed for or the man they want. Women can have a man that is exactly what we define as a high value man. But on the other hand, this is what I said the other day. Women do not get enough. They always want more. So Upam was just saying now, Uguti, women will advise you having everything in a man lo mfunayo. As Utoni was saying ukuthi kuyafana nanoma ningaba nayo lento leyo ngihlezi nifuna more. Akubi ne point ukuthi umuntu wesifazane athokoze ajabule athi I found what I was looking for. I'm willing to stay. And I honestly believe women lie to each other, especially about relationships. And generally kuma relationships. In fact, women don't tell each other properly. Ngempilo. They don't advise each other. We are coming to see more semi-matured women in their late 30s and mid 40s come up and say everything that we used to surround ourselves with and think, it's not, I'll have a child later, or I will not begazelle, or a lot of those women are now coming up. Bayavela manje bathi, I wish I had taken a different decision. Now I'm sitting in this big house alone, don't even know what to do. I'm now given a title of rich aunt. But again, it's a personal observation. I don't know. Maybe the gents will be like, yeah, and maybe the ladies will disagree. But Pam,
But let me say,
yeah.
yeah. So you know what you just said right now. Let me tell you this, right? So women have they have the rhetorical good man, one that they will say and one that they think they like. But I'll tell you this: ukanya no masculine bebe xabana la. But I can tell you now that women like guys like masculine mostly. Guys who speak like him, guys who are arrogant like him, guys who are pretty much don't care like him. You see, women tend to be more attached to guys like him. You see, on the other hand, you have a good guy, polite, the women like those guys in theory, right? But when it comes to a relationship that will last, that will maintain respect and kindness and submission, those good guys will not have that from a woman. So I can tell you now, I don't agree with some of the stuff that masculine says, but I can tell you from experience and from observation that women tend to get stuck with guys like masculine, and they tend
And Pam,
and they
it's not an
tend to
issue. It's not an issue that they are
okay,
stuck.
guys,
And
can I had my hand up for quite a bit now. Can I just ask?
Kanye, just a second, Kanye. You know
Can
what Upam is saying is the question I asked both of them before you came up, and I said, because I'm able to articulate in a more sugar coated way, and he is articulating in that manner. And what you're saying is usually more masculine, and what he's saying and how he speaks are the ones that get the girls instead of the sugar coated guy who's going to be walked all over on, who's going to. And I feel like it's a general consensus in society, hence we get to the point where we are of arguing, the point of argument here, and maybe the women are not listening. The good guys will finish, won't even finish. It's that the good guy in on paper is the guy that knows how to speak, that is soft, that is polite. He ain't going nowhere because he's seeking for this approval from women. And here we have masculine going at it, and as we are saying, Palm, these are the guys that they want. So how about we approach this in a blanket manner and all become a masculine?
You see, here's the thing, Malum. I think people are not psychologically in check, right? The reason why it appears as though guys like masculine win, well, it's not even that it appears like that. That is what happens. It's because guys like masculine are able to work as a woman psychologically. Yabo lontele. Firstly, a woman will not find the sense of comfort when they're dating a guy like that because they'll always be told they can be replaced. For example, I don't know if masculine does that, but a lot of people who speak like masculine, tend to do that. So they keep the woman in competition, and what that does psychologically to that woman, she feels like she always has to make sure that she keeps the man, so it's never going to be a peaceful, restful kind of a relationship to her. It's going to be stressful, it's going to be competing, it's going to be making sure that he sees me and all that stuff. Women say they don't like that, but when it happens, it keeps them in relationships. When you come as a good guy, not that you're a simp, not that you're trying to please, or I personally feel like I'm a very chilled guy. When I date a woman and I feel like she's not falling in line with what I'm trying to build, then I discard her. I'm a guy with many options, but I'm not the kind of guy to rub it on her face and make her, stay on her toes and all that stuff. And I've noticed that women tend to get very comfortable with that situation. They tend to feel like you're not going anywhere anyway, and then they just, that's where the disrespect starts. That's where stuff like, so women needs to work on their minds and their psychological being, or well-being, because it's not healthy to be in a situation where you're constantly being made to feel like you need to,
Yeah.
be scared, look over your shoulders.
Palmine, hey, wait, where you from, bro?
I'm from KZN, but I live in Johannesburg.
Okay, South African guy. Okay, well, surprisingly, I mean, everything you said is actually correct. I mean, it's not a lot of guys that know this. Where did you get this? Is this just like from experience,
No,
or are you speaking
nah,
from experience?
the thing is, I'm very into psychology, right? Philosophy, manipulation and all that stuff. I read about that stuff.
Excellent.
See, so what exactly makes women stay in what kind
Yeah.
of relationships. So my thing is this: I know what works to keep a girl, but then if I'm gonna keep her, get the toxic, I'd rather lose her, look until I find someone that I can be comfortable and not trying to, keep her on her toes for her to stay.
Yeah,
Right?
but the thing is, when upon why I love how your mentality thinks. You are absolutely correct. But the reality is, my guy, you are gonna either gonna end up in a situation where you are looking nonstop, and you don't find the woman, or B, you accept female nature in its own. And female nature is exactly how you described it, to where women don't know what they want. That is the truth. They don't know what they want. As a matter of fact, it is our job to know what they want for them, the same way that it is our job to protect them from themselves. You know, the example that you gave was a very good example because guys who are nice, man, I like to call these guys the nice guys, the soft guys, the guys who don't have a background, a backbone. Women all say, if you listen to women, they all say, I want a guy who's gonna love me, respect me. I want a partnership, a guy who's gonna be equal with me, who's gonna cook and clean with me. We take turns, we have a timetable. He cooks on Monday, I cook on Tuesday. I want a guy who's gonna split his, salary with me, bank balance, show me his account. They want this equal guy, this nice guy that they saw on TV, 50 Shades of Grey, like with Twilight. And then when you give them that nice guy, what happens over time is that they end up getting bored because this guy, he's very nice. He does everything for her. He's always there for her. He makes time for her whenever she calls him. He jumps, he goes there, he prioritizes her, he pedestalizes her, and eventually what happens is she gets bored, she gets, almost annoyed with him, she disrespects him, and eventually she loses attraction for him. So what women say they want is false. It's not really what they actually want.
You
What
see,
they actually want, they want a brute. They want the opposite of a nice guy. They want a guy. Okay, I have to use myself as an example. They want a
Okay,
guy like myself, a guy who doesn't listen to him. Women are
boss.
very attractive. You
you
need to
see
keep them on their
masculine.
toes.
You
Palm,
see
Palm.
masculine.
Before you
See
go on,
masculine. The
Palm.
reason
Before you
why.
go on, Palm.
Oh,
Before you go on, can we allow Biggie or Kanya that wanted to say something?
I've
Then
got two questions, okay, to the gents on the panel here. First of all, that woman who's going to be stuck with masculine as per Palm's submission, right? To say, the woman, what are you doing wanting that woman in the first place? Because clearly this person's psyche is not in the right place. And firstly, I don't think a grown woman would throw themselves into a situation with masculine, like Impilia Klaga, guys. The last place I need my battlefield to be placed at is in my relationships. And I don't think men understand that women also need peace in relationships. This thing of ukuthi, men like masculine, they finish first or good men finish last, there's no such thing. People get who they deserve at the end of the day to a certain degree. If a person finds themselves stuck with masculine, they deserve it because what are you doing not working on yourself, finding yourself at the mercy of a man of this nature? There's so many good men out there who are married and happy with their wives because their women value what? Peace. Can we please also understand that women also, there are women who are that are all together there, and stop trying to save everybody. Find
well,
the woman that you are into and stop trying to save the whole women species, because again there are men who will fall for a female version of masculine as well, and I don't want that man because clearly there's somewhere where he's lacking emotionally and mentally that I won't be able to handle. And number two, my next question is, I've heard men speak on the loneliness that women experience and speak about it as the truth and all of that. So I'd like to know from men on this panel, do men actually experience the same loneliness at some point? If like if you find yourself not finding a compatible partner for a certain, like past a certain age and you're still single, because there's quite a number of men who are still single past their 40s, past their 50s.
Are you speaking for a relationship, like
Do
see,
a
you
partner for a
not
relationship?
do you not also experience the loneliness that you claim women experience?
see, that's the thing now, Kanya. Loneliness is very different between men and women, right?
Explain
You
it to
guys,
me.
you guys need to understand that we are not the same, and I often realize that women usually think that we are the same. So, firstly, loneliness can be an option for men because men have the ability to walk up to a woman and ask out any woman they see. You don't have the luxury of doing that. You need to wait for a man to come and speak to you and ask you out and actually be interested in you in order for you to quench that loneliness. You understand? So men don't tend to feel lonely, even in the long run, even in their old age, because they can always walk up to any woman they see and they feel like they like them and take their chances, and get a companion. On the other hand, again, loneliness strikes different to women, because if no guy walks up to you in a month, that means you will not have a conversation with a man in a month unless you have a friend, you can call them, or a family member, you can call them. But a man that will be romantically attracted to you, you can only wait for them. You cannot approach them. So loneliness differs there between men and women.
Can you allow Piggy to submit?
Okay.
Piggy?
Yeah, very, very interesting. So yeah, I'm thankful ukuthi uKhanya was able ukuthi answer as a female. Yabo. And then Paulwin, yeah, now I understand the female nature, but bafethu, you know what? Yeah, in nature yomuntu it's there, but a person gets to a point whereby you outgrow in nature, and you become a human being. Uyazi-understand ukuthi ubani, uphilelani. Yabo. So most guys date amantombazane abangazi-understandi, who are still in their nature, abangazazi ukuthi baphilelani, bayaphi, bayenzani. So abakhona amantombazane ayaziyo ukuthi aphilelani, ayenzani, angafuni i-out ezofana nabo-masculine njengoba uPaulwin asho. Yabo, a toxic man ozombamba in toxic ways. You understand that she won't be able to function with someone who's toxic because izomkhipha emishinini yakhe. So at the end of the day vele kuya ngokuthi yeah, wonke umuntu unomuntu wakhe. Wonke umuntu unomuntu wakhe. And then noma ungazama ukuthi ube smart, understand the female nature or the male nature. Wena mawungazazi ngezindoda, then yeah, uzoba nenkinga. And then again, mawungakwazi uku-applya i-wisdom, mawungena-wisdom, you'll have knowledge but not be able to apply it. Yabo. So yeah, bengifuna ukusho nje.
Yazi, I'd like to take a chance to answer Ukanya. Men do not get lonely because of how things are now. All you need to remove loneliness is a bit of money, like $300, and your loneliness is gone. And it's unfortunate that women can't have the same thing. And last but not least, before I drop, this is something I was told in the last family.
You sure you can't put Sia? You'll be surprised, papi. You'll be surprised.
Osbarmakoti sesibajwayele siyabayeka mara angikho lapho. Into khona sesikhanya, in the last family gathering, someone asked, why don't I have a full-time partner and whatever. And in fact, they also answered themselves. And it was a group of ladies, Bahlele Kishin, Pasekaya. And they said, the problem with you is you cannot allow dependence to be part of your relationship. And they said this, they said, if a woman says, I'm walking out the door, I'd respond and say, continue walking, because I am able to do everything that they could do. So I can cook, clean, whatever. So there's no absolute need for a woman. And they said this, and it sounded as if it's a toxic thing. Oguti, she must be dependent on me to stay. So for an example, if ingamniki imali uyoba yini, or if ngamxosha la uzoyapi. This is what women said, Kanya. And it speaks to exactly what we're speaking about, no palm, no masculine. Uguti, ekugcineni, it seems as if this toxic thing is the only thing that keeps women. As Potato is saying, it is toxic ukuthi umuntu wesimame uhlale naye, for an example, umsuse Eastern Cape, eBhayi Remonti, abuye azohlala eMpumalanga eNelspruit. Umqoshe na uthi wena uyakuphazamisa, ngicela uhambe ubuyele ekhaya kini. Uzothi ngibuyele ngani, akanayo indlela yokubuyela emuva. And in that light, Kanya, this is what women said. They said she must be. And that is what you women on TikTok are now coming to say. It's toxic. Not necessarily you, Kanya, but women on TikTok are saying, women on social platforms, YouTube, whatever, on podcasts saying, yeah, but it's a toxic thing. But again, it's women. It was not one. It was family members that sat around, and I was entering the kitchen. They said, because you can clean, you can iron, you can do this, you can do that, you have got your own money. You cannot allow for a dependent woman. And that must be for your relationship to exist. If you replace everything she's supposed to do, what will be the dependence? I rest kind. That toxic thing, it seems as if Upam's a psychological opinion and view of what.
As when I see it's not even I don't really like calling it toxic, but the feminists, the women that like using the term toxic, it's not really toxic. It's just a man who's dominant, who's assertive, who's a leader, who has boundaries, who has rules and regulations. A man who's able to enforce his rules and regulations to a point where if the woman disobeys any of his rules and regulations, he kicks out of the house and replaces her. Now, these women, they like to call that toxic, but it's just women want dominant men. Women don't want nice guys and soft men. But the interesting part, Majida, is that you need to make sure you understand this. Come mute, come mute. Yeah, thank you. So you need to understand that women will say, and I emphasize this, what women say by their mouth and what women do, two different things. Don't listen to what they say. Watch what they do. They will say they want a nice guy who's gonna cook with them, like I said earlier on, who's gonna be a nice guy. But in reality, if you give them a nice guy, they're gonna leave him. They're gonna always they always go back to their, let's use the term toxic, the term by Tandai. They always go back to the toxic man. Women, and this is a universal law. This applies to even good women, not just bad women. Good women, the best women who come from good families, they are attracted to dominant men. It is the natural order. The same way that Tina, as I'm out, we are attracted to submissive women. They are attracted to the opposite, dominance, leadership, a man who's strong, a man who doesn't listen to her, because that directly tells her that, listen, this guy, he can't be controlled. This is a guy that I can trust with my life. This is a guy that I can give my womb to and have children with him. And he's reliable, he's strong, he's set in his way, and it's a guy I can follow. These are biological instincts. So this is why it's extremely important to never listen to women. Women just talk nonsense. Now, I don't really talk to women. I don't really argue with women. I only do it because it TikTok lives. But in real life, I think it's a waste of time. The moment you listen to women, everything falls apart. I am telling you. You see that bro, that idiot, Adam. The guy, first person was created. Adam, Eve. That bro. He listened to a woman. That he was an idiot. He listened to a woman. And the moment you listen to a woman, everything falls. You don't listen to them. Me personally, I just tell my woman to shut up. Like if she starts talking too much, I tell her to shut up. But every man is different. The point is, whatever they say, don't listen to it. It is our job as men to lead them, to protect them from themselves, and to also know what they want for them, because they don't know what they want, man. It's our job to know what we want and what they want for them. Yeah, thank you.
See, this is where we differ, masculine. Yeah, well, like I can agree with you when it comes to being dominant, and masculine and stuff. There, I agree with you 100% because that is exactly what a man should be. Yeah, well, what makes you a father that people have confidence in, is the fact that when your kids look at you, they have the trust and the experience and the feel that if someone walked through that door and that person threatened us in this house, we know daddy is here. If you came back home, or whenever you come back home late, your kids are much more at ease because they know, okay, Shab, daddy is here. It's the same thing that I used to feel when I was young. I would feel very scared when my dad isn't like at the house. And I'm in my room alone. I used to feel like very scared. Until my dad comes. When my dad comes, only then I'll be like, ish, yeah, and then I can sleep. So I can agree with you on that, but I'm saying to you, this is mostly something that happens in our community as Black people. Because when I look at other societies, this should tell you it's a conditional thing and it's a societal thing. When you look at other communities, if you look at Chinese communities, Japanese, Asian communities mostly, they tend to stick with their men for quite a very long time, and it's not because they have the, mess up and I'll throw you out of the house kind of attitude, but the society is engineered like that, and it's been generationally engineered like that. And our society, on the other hand, I believe at some point it was a very good society, and then it was engineered, to a point where now women, behave the way that they behave. So I tend to disagree on that one, Uguti. All women are, are just like that. I feel like some women are psychologically, healthy. They do understand, some things, and they understand how a man thinks. Some women will straight up tell you, and sometimes those women are called, what do you call this? Pick me's, because they understand exactly how a man thinks. They understand if your man is angry, do this. If you want your man to respect you and treat you well, do that. They know it before you have to even try and convince them. So I do believe that there are women who are like that. However, I've noticed that in our community, that kind of knowledge usually comes with experience which we as men don't want, because you're only woke now and you know how a man works and how a man thinks because, you've been run through, there's a lot of men that you've been with for you to actually get to a point where you're like, okay, when I dated that person, that didn't work. When I dated that one, it didn't work. That one didn't work. Okay, this is what works. It's too much trial and error, too much trial and error. And that becomes the problem. So
So to what part in particular there that you said you disagree with?
I'm saying to
All
you,
right, gentlemen, we have a new panelist on the panel. Can we take this time to welcome Sizwe MC?
Yebo, sanibonani.
Kunjani baba Sizwe mkhulu? Kunjani
Siyaphila,
ba?
singezwa kunina.
Hayi nathi siyaphila nje njengoba usizwa nje sinamandla wokuqwebhana nokuphikisana kule panel kusho ukuthi hayi umphefumulo usadibane nenyama.
Yebo, siyabonga kodwa-ke noma sekuyisikhathi eside kakhulu sagcina ukuvakasha lapha ekhaya ngenxa yey'nkinga zomhlaba.
Hayi bo. Zishisa lezo inkinga mani uphinde ubuye siyakufuna phela thina la.
Heyi, kunzima kodwa sithembe ukuthi mhlawumbe zizokwehla ngoba nazo lezi nkundla esixhumana kuzo zinabanikazi, ezinye izinto abafani sikhulume ngazo.
Okay, so into yokujoyinisa ipanel namhlanje, what was it in particular? It's yini lekwenze wakhetha ukuthi today you're joining the panel?
In fact, bengiwumuntu obehleze ezama for the past 2 weeks.
Okay.
So, unfortunately, kule viki ephelile bengi-outside the province, so isimo besingangivumeli kahle. So
Okay.
ngibuyile kule viki ngikhona la eJoburg. So I think izinto zingcono kakhulu manje.
Asibonge.
Yeah.
Okay, so tell us, what are your views on tonight's conversation?
Mangibuka la noma ngazwanga kahle ukuthi bese niphendulane kanjani ngifika nje kuyashisa. But I would like ukuthi ngifocus kakhulu kuma topics ezingiwabona khona lapha.
Please do that. Please do.
First topic nje lapha, how do you help a friend, a sibling in a toxic relationship? Yeah, it's a bit challenging, but yona iyenzeka. Siyakwazi ukubasiza thina abanye from experience. Siyayisizame, but kuyaye kufune ngathi ungafunda ingqondo yakhe kuqala umuntu ne-situation asuka kuyona ngaleso sikhathi, because omunye umuntu uthola ukuthi ingqondo yakhe ayimvumeli ukuthi anga-understanda ne-problem asuka kuyona ngaleso sikhathi. So kufuneka wena umuntu ofuna ukumsiza u-understand kuqala ukuthi state of mind sakhe wena usibona sikuphi, ngakho uya-understanda yini kwenzakalani. Maku umuntu oreportayo maybe kuwena ukuthi ngise-troubleini la, nginenkinga so ku-easy ukusiza loyo muntu, but kumuntu ongaziboni nokuthi use-troubleini ubona wena, it's a different story.
Okay, and then the next question.
Okay, do you think women are honest with each other about their relationships, or they cover up for their part? Whoa, hayi sewufuna ngishisa izwe la, sewufuna ngandisa ama-enemies.
Shisa bhuti, bandisa, kunandaba, kunamuntu olala naye ebusuku la. Qhubeka.
Sengikhulume kangaka kulungile, bengicela nje ukuphinde ngibabulise nabo bonke abantu engibatholile kwipaneli, ngibulise nababhalayo lapha abakhomentayo, commenters. Xolisa qhamuka sengikhuluma kakhulu. Okay, lana ke ya Nkosi yami, uNkulunkulu mayekhanda umuntu wesimame waye ngokubuka kwami,
Yakhonakala ukuthi ukhuluma isingisi baba, because uyabona njengokubona there's 62 people on the live and not everybody understands isiZulu.
Yeah, that's a very unfortunate part because isilungu sami is very bad.
There
It's
you
very
are.
bad.
You said unfortunate. To me, that sounds good enough. Quebec. Continue speaking in English.
Yeah, but yabona manje ngizosokola man. Maybe I will try to mix.
Okay, please do that. Please try to mix as much as you can.
Mina, my view, I think it's gonna be a bit complicated because from my point of view, I think women are complicated themselves. For instance, Abandula, I think they were just born ukuthi baba abantu aba they are reactional people. That's abantu abacabangela into esekudeni kakhulu. They just react ezintweni eziseduzane by the time. So it's not easy for them ukuthi kuba abantu abakwazi ukuba maybe neqiniso kakhulu eyintweni, because they just react. They are too emotional. So I don't think abantu abakwazi ukuthi babe honest to one another, and there is a possibility for them to cover up for their partners. In most cases, I can say maybe 60 to 70% they cover up for their partners. For example, if ever a lady is in an abusive relationship, if when you try to intervene, it's easy for them to say, I know, just it's a small thing. Lento le into ezodlula, ungawari ngayo kakhulu and all the stuff. Only to find this thing has been happening for a long time. So akusiyibo abantu abakwazi ukukhuluma like into nokuplana izinto ukuthi lento kumele ingayenzeki for a certain time. So abantu abakwazi ukudila nama-issues around. For example, umama ekhaya, it's easy for her ukuthi acabanga ukuthi nizolala ndleni today, funeka imali today, we need 1 2 3 4 in this house. But a man umuntu different kakhulu because ucabangela i-future, umuntu ocabanga ukuthi yini engayenza so that it can last us maybe for the whole month, for the whole year. So amadoda acabanga ngendlela different compared to women. So abomama abantu abafixa ama-situations or ama-problems ngaleso sikhathi, unlike amadoda. So makuza-ke kuma-problems abasuke benawo, it's easy for them to lie ngaleso sikhathi just to make you feel happy or to feel better, but they know exactly they are not giving you the solution. Angazi noma bayangi-understand abantu.
Okay. I don't know. I feel like, Jongoba, I've been listening to all the men's submissions regarding the viewpoint of number 2, right? Yes, Booza, if like, I don't think men believe they understand women. But the more I listen here, the more I realize that you don't. You don't, because when I hear your submissions, it sounds like women not sharing certain points regarding their relationships, according to you, is coming from some kind of place of malice. And a lot of the time when a woman withholds certain information regarding their relationship, is to protect their relationship because they want to give their partners the benefit of the doubt. And it's making me realize that here, this question is cut out and clear. It says, do you think women are honest with each other about their relationships, or they cover up for their partners?